Check, 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 mic, check, mic. Check, mic, check, mic. Check, check, mic 1, 2. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Can we settle down? I'm just gonna give 2 minutes for all our delegates to come in. We didn't have a roving mic today to call everyone inside. My name is Sonto Moleme. I will be directing the morning session for today. It's still the AI conference, isn't it? I'm such a robot. Ask me anything. Okay. Okay. The first request for today is that we all come together for video purposes. When we scattered all over, the visual and also the output will not look okay. Can we please all come to the front and also try to be at the center here, all of us. I know we have a luxury of sitting anywhere, but because we have the equipment that needs to give us the true reflection of the proceedings of this conference. Thank you. We all have our programs, isn't it? And today, we're looking at a blended version of our proceedings. We will have the presentations, and we will also have the panel discussions. Recapping of what happened yesterday, it was such a beautiful conference. The proceedings, we heard from the librarians, we heard from the gurus in the AI industry, and we also heard from the people who provide these products and services. For us, is to really take stock in the good, the bad, and the ugly, and make sure that when we make a decision, we make an informed decision when we implement all these AI tools. Our first speaker for today, it's Eddie Mabuza from Ndende Technologies. It's okay. It's not, oh, what is it? Okay. They have just implemented an NLSA user registration system, user registration solution. As you know, the National Library of South Africa is a preservation library. As such, we are a reference library. We do not issue out books, so we are not a circulating library. However, people come in and reference with our collections that we have. The only time we would issue out material is when it's through the interlibrary loan. As an individual, you will not be able to borrow an item. However, you need to be affiliated into a library to borrow an item from the National Library of South Africa. The reason we do not issue registration cards and we do not scan your cards, because when we issue you cards, public libraries issue cards for registration so that you can borrow and return and all that. However, with us, we do not issue you cards, but we have introduced this solution to have your records in the system. And also, we do not just serve only the South African public. We serve people globally. People who come inside the National Library of South Africa, they come all over the world because of the nature and the uniqueness of our collections. So, Let's start on the business of the day. And I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Mr. Eddie Mabuza. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Indaba Technologies. Indaba Technologies was founded in 2009 and is a technology company specializing in facial recognition-based software and ICT infrastructure solution. Indaba excels in delivering and implementing ICT infrastructure projects, providing organizations with the robust solution and dependable internet connectivity they need to thrive in a digital landscape. Indaba has established itself as a trusted partner for OEMs and a key player in people's verification, identification, and authentication through facial recognition. And he's known in the library market for its unique people counting solution using facial recognition. The system, the solution is downstairs at the entrance in the public. He will elaborate largely. But what I want to ascertain, we have colleagues who are in this session, one in Turkey and the other one in Kenya. I want to make sure that they are already online and they can hear us, or they won't be able to hear us. It's fine. Must I call upon Mr. Eddie Mabuza? Okay. Eddie Mabuza, the stage is yours. He will pronounce his company correctly.
Good morning. My name is Eddie Mabuza. Company name is Indaba Technologies, so you did pronounce it correctly. Okay, so thank you to NLSA for inviting us to come and share our experience in implementing a visitor registration system for NLSA. So being here in an AI conference, the most important thing is that NLSA has adopted AI in its environment, and this is how we've helped them to implement AI in visitor registration. So Indaba Technologies, as she mentioned, we were founded in 2009. Over the years, we've perfected our offering around the area of facial recognition technology. We're known in the library market for our ND count solution, which is people counting using facial recognition. Basically, in public libraries, we would put a camera looking at the entrance. As visitors enters the library, we would then analyze the face using artificial intelligence. So any face that is exposed to our technology, we are able to do things such as age estimation, gender classification, ethnicity of the face. So yesterday I had speakers talking that one of the challenges with stats in libraries is a person walks in the library, after a few minutes they go out and then come back again. Traditional counters will keep on counting and duplicating the numbers. So basically, we came into the market to interrupt exactly that and bring in more accurate statistics. So if a person walks out, come back again, we will count that person as one, but what we would have in the system is now frequency. Okay, you have this one person that has entered 10 times today in the library. So you don't only get a number, but you get richer statistics. You know, of the 100 people that visited, how many of them are male, how many of them are female, what is the age distribution of that? We know such information would be very useful in a library, because how do you decide, if you in a public library, how do you decide which books to buy if you do not understand the demographics and the age of the people that are using the library? Okay, so what I'm here to do today is just talk about the NLSA project, what we've done and how we've implemented it, and then just give you more details on the solution. Okay, we know libraries today are no longer the same as they were in the past. A library is not just a building with physical material that is there. Okay, libraries today, a lot of people, communities will go to libraries because they're interested in accessing the internet, and a library is the closest facility that gives them access to the internet. Also, people would like to interact with the library, but from home, not going to the libraries, looking at e-resources and everything. Okay, so if you look at the volume, the number of people that are visiting libraries today, it's no longer an issue that anyone walking in a library, you know, they are looking for books. There's people that are going to library because the library is a more conducive environment for them to study. So they would go into a library because they want to study. Others are going to access computers and various things. This then brings in a complexity that we at the back needs to understand our users better. So it's not just a number of people that entered. We need to have much more deeper analytics. And to get into deeper analytics, you need, data-driven insights. So you need data that would help you to make the right decisions and be able to respond in real time as well. So these were some of the challenges that NLSA wanted to improve in terms of their visitor registration or people that are using the libraries. So we had to ask ourselves, how do we then modernize the access to libraries and enable visitors to come in with us having the right information without really causing a big issue. We know, most of you knows, maybe this morning as you came in, if you came in from another entrance, you got exposed to something like this, okay, where you go into a security desk, you have to fill in your details in a book. Believe you me, most libraries are still using these as their records for visitors that went into the library. You know, obviously, in this day and age where we're talking about data analytics, AI, these kind of records are not helping in the process, because if you've been using records like this and I come to you and I say, on the 17th of November, 2023, how many people visited your library? I tell you, it's going to take months, because first of all, you need to find which book it was that was used on that day, if it's still there. Okay. Second thing, you need to go and count one by one, everything that is there. Okay. The third problem with this is that you will find, if you read the names correctly, you will find that a SpongeBob also registered here, because people go to the register and write incorrect details. So if you're relying on these data for decision-making purposes, you've got an issue. But the biggest problem, which most of us will never question, we only question it when technology comes, is privacy. Okay, so there's a lot of registers that requires ID numbers, personal information. It's there for everyone to extract it. If you look at the names, you can see addresses and everything. So the manual processes that we've been using are, an issue when it comes to data protection, because everyone, the next person that writes, can read whatever was written by others before. So NLSA wanted to transform from this manual system, because you would walk in the library, go to a security, and then fill in a register, to a more digital and seamless visitor registration process. Okay, embedded in this solution, it's also staff attendance, because you may, at any given stage, you may want to see the ratio of visitors versus staff that are there to attend to those visitors. And because the data you get is in real time, you are able now to react and make operational decisions in real time using the system. Wanted to improve security and compliance, and also, more important, much more accurate analytics. So the solution that we then brought into NLSA was based on our Ndende's ND-Scan face solution. This system, how it works is you walk into a terminal. If it's your first time to visit the premises, you click on visitor registration. You put in your details there, and then the system will ask for your face. Okay, take your face. The second time you visit the premises, you just click check in. System will call up a camera, look at your face, and the system will recognize your face if you are registered, and that's it. So you're cutting the amount of time that it takes for people to fill in a manual register every day, repeating the same process every day. It's then a 1.5 minute or less than a minute registration process the first time. The second time you just pass by, look at the device already clocks you in. The other important thing is that now you have real-time data. So when we came in here, outside there's police vans, okay, just to make sure we are safe and everything. If there could be fire in this building now, with the manual register, the police won't know how many people are here. Okay, meaning that they would never know how many people they need to evacuate and everything. Going electronic, you click a button, you know exactly how many people are within the building. So you improve compliance as well. Okay, so our system uses an AI embedded platform. This platform incorporates state-of-the-art technology which works with faces. This includes your deep learning, computer vision, pattern recognition. So irrespective of changes, cosmetic changes in the face, we're not looking at cosmetic changes in the face. We analyze the core structure of a face. This is backed by many years of research. So if you change a hairstyle, you're wearing spectacles, you remove spectacles, we're still able to match the face using the core biometric feature that are on a person's face. Okay, so this platform has enabled NLSA now to use facial recognition in visitor attendance without really having to deploy highly sophisticated infrastructure to run facial recognition. So this is an overview of what was implemented. So we took three pictures of where we put the system. There was one system in the staff entrance, which I think for today, all of them are downstairs to record visitors as they go into the library. So there's one in the entrance of the library, also another one in the Cape Town office. Okay, because we're using digital tools, now in real time, unlike the manual book, you can be able to get consolidated data in total in all the facilities, how many people are there and utilizing the library. And you can also start breaking down into the various sites that you want to look at. All of this data gets integrated in real time. This is how the app looks like. So if you're a first-time visitor, there's just a button. You click first-time registration, and then it will call up a form. You put your name, contact number, ID number, and then more importantly, there is a list where you select what are you coming to do in the libraries, because we now want to understand deeper. What are the users coming to do? Are they coming to just sit down and read, or are they coming to, interact with material that is there, or they are here just to get access to the internet? Okay. And then after this process, then it's the phase acquisition process that I've spoken about. Just an extract of yesterday. So the system was put live for visitors yesterday. So every visitor that went into the library downstairs yesterday was using this. So yesterday there were 5 employees that utilized the system to register in the morning, and we had 252 visitors that went in. This numbers, it's a number that is live on a dashboard. So if you want to see up to now how many people already entered downstairs, you click a button, you get the information in real time. Okay, also, we just distributed this information on what are the visitors coming to do. You will see most of the visitors said they are coming here for research, or they are working on assignment. That is the longest bar. But you also have visitors that are using the study room. So you understand yesterday what the majority of the visitors came to do. Today, tomorrow, over time, you will now have a accurate pattern that you can use for predictions going into the future. But not only that, you can start looking at your resources. If a lot of people are coming, second largest yesterday came to go to the study area, then you can start look at your resources. Is the study area big enough to accommodate all these people that are seemingly coming here just to sit in the study area? Now you're using data for making decision. I just did a quick extract here. This is an extract of the system that is used in the public libraries. I've used Eastern Cape as an example. These are live libraries in the Eastern Cape that are connected into our platform. So this was an extract this morning at 8:40. As at that time, the system tells you there were 82 visitors across multiple libraries, and each library you can see how many visitors in library A versus library B. If you are managing these libraries, now you can start taking operational decisions in real time. Why is this library still closed, or there's no visitor that went in to the library this time of the day? Okay, so this is a dashboard that you see in the public library service. So just coming back to the system we implemented for NLSA, these are some of the lessons that we took from it. Number one, you reduce the queues significantly, because a visitor only registers once. The second time, the process becomes much more easy and quicker. Also, the first time they come into the system, it will take them a couple of seconds just to get used to it. The second time they come, it's just a quick pass through the system. You've got records. Now you've got accurate data in the system that improves significantly on data quality, but also you get much more deeper insights out of this system where you can do further analysis going into the future. Okay, one of the key lessons, which luckily it's a foundation on how we've built this system as Ndende. Okay, if you want to implement a successful public-facing biometric-based system, trust becomes the most important thing. You need to be transparent in the way the system works and make sure that every person understands exactly what happens with their records. Is it in compliance with the legislations that are there? So the foundation in which we build our system, POPI compliance, GDPR, those are standards that we take into consideration. We've got users in other countries using the system, so we had to make sure that we comply to the highest standard in the land. Also, users are walking in a library and out. This system is just digitizing a register that you would have had in the past. It's carrying the same information that you would have had in the past, just in a more secured manner this time, not just in a piece of paper that anyone can extract. My final slide. As Ndende Technologies, we've put before us a roadmap to make sure that we, in the library market, we introduce a smart library ecosystem. What do we mean by a smart library ecosystem? Today in libraries, you get a lot of subsystems or different systems operating in silos. They're all collecting data, but you can't use all the data at once. Okay, so as a result, you miss opportunity to make decisions that would have been informed by data. So NDScan phase, which is the system we've implemented here at NLSA, it's a controlled visitors management tool. Visitors walk into a terminal, look at the terminal, register, and interact with the terminal. The information at the back gives you richer statistics. As I mentioned, in the public library space, we've got ND count, which basically in that the only difference is that users are not going to register in the system. The users are walking normally into the library and out because the library would capture users that wants to borrow books within their library management system. Other users, they don't need to register. As they walk normally, we then do the counting, making sure that it's accurate, is unique, and there's more richer statistics at the back. All of this made possible by technology, AI at the back that analyzes the data. We've launched NDLMS, which is the Integrated Library Management System now. Library management system should talk to everything. So this is a system that would integrate your physical resources, your e-resources, stock management within the same platform, and pulling also your statistics within the platform so that whenever it's time to make decisions, you've got richer data within the same platform and analytics and reporting to use that. Okay, all of this, and including all the AI features that were spoken about by the speakers yesterday. If you decide for any reason to use public cloud, okay, there's a common denominator. You need internet for this to work. Okay, most public libraries are struggling with internet. Okay, so we've built our ecosystem on top of a platform we call ND Connect. This is a connectivity solution that enables us to make sure that, you know, the most sophisticated resources that wouldn't have been used in a remote library somewhere, you make it possible. I would borrow from the Library of the Blind. They've innovated, make sure that users, they access a library from remote. That meant that they need a very solid internet backbone to connect into their system, because if that internet goes down, all the users remotely will not be able to access the system. So we've got this ND Connect, we powering Library of the Blind, for example, for this. So all of these systems and then the technologies, what makes us unique is that we are South African, building you know, systems for the larger market. We build them ourselves. We understand the dynamics of the market. I've got my team here. I just wanted to show you one of our co-developers, a young lady here with us. Klengiwe, can you stand up? So the system at NLSA, our system at NLSA was built by Klengiwe. She's the main person building that system that is there. So we do it ourselves. Okay. Thank you so much. If you want to learn more, you can grab the QR codes. You can download resources from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mabuza. We will have the Q&As at the end. Otherwise, the QR codes are here if you want to take the subject further beyond these walls of the National Library of South Africa. Thank you for developing such latest innovative technologies that are making our life easier as the librarians in ensuring that we keep the records safe. If we keep our users' records safe, we build trust with them. I will tell you just a small story that now and again at the National Library, we do get the court coming to us and asking if Usonto was at the National Library on this day. So we need to go back. It's going to be very easy to go on a day than going to those mountains of papers that we keep in our archives. So thank you very much. On that note, colleagues, I'm going to move. Now we are moving to the next speaker. The next speaker is in Turkey. Turkey is a transcontinental country located in southeastern Europe and Western Asia, bordering the Black Sea. Her name is Merve Yavudemir. Merve, I'm still correct here? I'm fine. Okay. I'm going to introduce her, and she's going to take over. Merve Yavudemir is the head of foreign relations at the Directorate General for Libraries and Public Ministry of Culture and Tourism of Turkey. Did you know that Turkey is no longer Turkey? They've changed to Turkey. When you walk in that airport, they make sure that they emphasize the new name. She is a member of the IFLA Environmental, Sustainability and Libraries section and an active advocate for inclusive and sustainable library services. She has a strong background in social innovation and has led several award-winning projects in the field of librarianship and community development. She has coordinated Turkey's first national publishing and librarianship Ideathon and library and technology festivals, pioneering initiatives that foster creative collaboration between librarians, technologists, and the public. Her work focuses on innovation, sustainability. She has experience in design and also inclusivity, creativity, ecosystem, collaborations, and international networks, as well as the digital transformation and responsible for integration of artificial intelligence in libraries as catalyst for social impact and cultural connection in the 21st century. Emeve, over to you.
Hi, can you hear me? I can, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ca-
I told you we're crossing the borders.
Hmm.
Told you we're crossing the borders.
If, can you see my slides? No?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Then I can start my presentation. Thank you for your introduction. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there with you in person today, but I'm delighted to share our work and experiences with you through this presentation. Thank you for understanding and your attention. Uh, Before I begin, let me briefly explain how our national library system is structured. Because unlike many countries, Turkey operates under a centralized model that connects all public and national libraries under one directorate. You can see our organizational chart, our Directorate General for Libraries and Publications. Our directorate operates under the Ministry of Culture and Tourism of Republic of Turkey. It's responsible for planning, managing, and developing all public library services, as well as administrating the National Library. Our structure includes specialized departments for library services, National Library Collection, digital services, cultural events, and publications. This centralized model ensures nationwide coordination, consistent quality standards, and strategic policy alignment, a distinctive feature compared to many decentralized systems in other countries. Under our directorate, we oversee a nationwide network of 1,301 public libraries. It includes city and district libraries, special branches in airports, train station, hospital, shopping malls. We also manage 26 children's libraries and 20 specialized libraries dedicated to music, literature, science, and entrepreneurship. Also, we have 80 mobile libraries. Each city has their own mobile libraries. All of these institutions share a single mission to ensure free and inclusive access to knowledge, culture, and lifelong learning. You can see some statistics of our services. One of our proudest achievements is unified membership system. You can register with your ID card in one public library, and you can facilitate and use all public libraries throughout Turkey and also our e-library systems. This system not only simplifies access but also provides valuable data analytics to improve user experience and resource planning across the network. And between 2020 and 2025, Turkey made a strong investment in expanding, modernizing library infrastructure, established new libraries, modernized it, renovated, and effectively doubling our total library space from 400,000 to 50,000 square meters. And despite economic challenges, we have steady increased funding for our collections, technology, and human resources. Today, over 5,000 professionals work in our libraries, and we continue recruit 200 to 500 new librarians every year, ensuring a dynamic qualified workforce. According to our innovative technological services, we can group it in two main categories: on-site services and remote access. On-site services include the technologies and facilities we provide directly in our public libraries. On the other hand, our remote access services make library resources available anytime, anywhere. Inclusive began with access. Our accessible technology workstation empower visual impaired users to independently explore digital content through JAWS screens, magnification tools, braille displays, and OCR-based reading systems. This initiative embodies our national commitment to digital equity and universal design in library services. Also, in Turkey, all libraries has free Wi-Fi and all services are free of charge.
Hello everyone. We are currently at the Istanbul Rami Library. This is the largest library in Turkey and the third largest in Europe. Inside, we have our hologram booth product. This product of ours
is our smart book platform. It transforms reading into interactive multisensory experiences. User can read or listen to 75 classical works and explore VR-supported documentaries with 3D models of authors and literary scenes, combining education, culture, and innovation in single platform. You can have some idea from this video.
is developed with the support of our General Directorate of Publications and the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Here, we currently have 50 different authors and poets. The realistic characters we call Meet Woman can engage in Q&A sessions with users in 35 foreign languages. And here, our authors have both artificial intelligence and a feature called lip sync, which is lip synchronization. In other words, they can engage in Q&A sessions with users in a completely realistic manner based on their own books. Thank you all very much.
You can chat with the authors with this smart book platform in our public libraries, and this is also the free of charge. You can see our artificial intelligence-based robotic system. 2 AI-powered robots serve users in our libraries. One is the information robots guides visitors, answer reference questions, and provides event information, while the service robots deliver books directly to designed areas. Together, they bring efficiency, engagement, and touch of curiosity to library experiences. I want to introduce our information robots. Its name is Bilge. It means knowledge in Turkish.
Hello everyone, my name is Bilgi, it means knowledge in Turkish. I am an AI-powered library robot from the Rami Library in Turkey, the largest public library in the country. I assist users with reference services, catalog searches, event information, and registrations, or sometimes just chatting about any other information. It's a pleasure to join you at the International AI Indaba and Expo, where technology and libraries come together to shape the future of knowledge. Enjoy the event.
Thank you, Bilge. And I'm going on with the National Digital Library System. The aim of the project is to create digital twin of Turkish National Library and provide services through station establishing public libraries. It means that you don't need to come to capital of Turkey, Ankara, to make a research on National Library. You can go our public libraries, the National Library Access Station, and make your research in different cities in Turkey. And this ensures the equal access to national heritage resources regardless of location. Also, the self-service system are so important for us. Our self-service kiosk allow users to browse, catalog, check out, and return material independently. This is a brand new project of our General Directorate. It is the AI-powered library kiosk. Developed in partnership with Microsoft's AI grant program, this kiosk integrates RFID, barcode scanning, identity verification, and AI chatbots, enabling seamless, user-friendly experience that blend automation with human support. This is another project for visual impaired people. It's the navigation system for navigation system. Through our Bluetooth based navigation system, a visually impaired visitor can move independently within library spaces, guided by audio and iconographic cues. We also maintain a growing Braille book collection to like other public libraries, ensuring readers of all age can enjoy literature in accessible formats. And now going with the remote digital services, our remote digital services. Um, we have a talking library service, offers over 6,000 professional recorded audiobooks produced in studios at the National Library and in 10 regional centers in the public libraries, the support of volunteers. With AI-assisted production, we are rapidly expanding our collection to meet diverse reading needs. This is also the all other services. The e-services are also the free of charge. You can see our ebook platform. With the ebook digital platform provides thousands of copyright cleared ebooks, including literary classic, academic works, and contemporary titles. It allows users to read anytime, anywhere, bringing the public library into mobile age. It's managed like a public library. You can borrow three books from this system, and while you return, you can borrow again, and you have 50 days to return. Another accessible application we produce to kids, the Book Plus application. It offers illustrated children books in sign language, supporting hearing impaired children in developing literacy, vocabulary, and imagination. This initiative combines inclusive education and cultural storytelling, promoting empathy and understanding among young readers. You can reach this application while your tablet and PC or your mobile phone. This is our active library application. Through it, user can locate the nearest library, manage reservation, track reading history, and access services via Turkey's e-government system, creating seamless digital ecosystem for library engagement throughout Turkey. We believe in innovation and 25 skills. So we generate some organization like Library and Publishing Ideaton for Inclusive Tech Solution, and also the International Library and Technology Festival. Um, the Publishing and Library Ideaton brings together librarians, publishers, and technologists to co-develop innovative tools and services for inclusive access. This collaborative model encourages creativity and experimentation and user-centered design across the sector. For example, the publishing the winner of publishing Ideaton is Book Plus project, and we give a grant this project to become our services. Like this, we have a library Ideaton project, and my colleague from our directorate, Esma, will give some information about our Library Technology Festival. She is the winner of also the Library Ideaton organization. Now I give the floor to her.
Every year, the Library and Technology Festival, hosted at Rami Library, showcase innovative projects in AI, robotics, and digital inclusion. The festival provides a dynamic platform for knowledge exchange among developers, educators, and library professionals, fostering collaboration and creativity across the sector. This year, 2025, the festival featured contribution from the IFLA section on libraries for children and young adults, bringing valuable insight and initiative to the program. Next year, we organize April 2026. We are excited to host the third International Library and Technology Festival in Istanbul, where the IFLA section public library with us. This event will bring together librarians, publishers, technology developers, and academics to experience cutting-edge projects firsthand and contribute to shaping the future of libraries. We warmly invite all colleagues and potential speakers to join us in Istanbul, explore innovative projects, and actively participate in discussions that will influence the development of library services in Turkey and beyond.
Through all these initiatives, we are building an ecosystem where physical access, digital connectivity, and social inclusion intersect. Our guiding principle is clear and simple. Access to information is not a privilege, it is a fundamental right. Thank you for your attention. We are happy to be with you today. Thank you.
I'm the one now. I don't know how my internet will behave.
I'm sure the CEO from the SA Library for the Blind, she's taking something home, and very soon she'll be calling me and saying, I'm visiting Turkey. I'm going to bring back all this innovation that they have implemented in their libraries back home here in South Africa. Colleagues, without wasting time, let me thank the colleagues from Turkey. I know they can't hear me. We have to move. We were supposed to finish by 10:20. We left with 5 minutes, but we have to then call upon our next speaker, Miss Purity Kivuri, my colleague from Kenya. She will be talking about AI. Where is she? It's Purity. Okay. Miss Purity Kivuri, she's an accomplished information professional with over 25 years of experience in library and information services. She holds a master's degree in library and information science and a bachelor's degree in library and information science. She's a passionate advocate for innovation and digital transformation in libraries, and she is recognized as a library trailblazer in Kenya and beyond. She's an alumna of the INELI Sub-Saharan Africa Leadership Program and currently serves as a member of both the IFLA Sub-Saharan Africa Regional Committee and the IFLA National Libraries Committee. At present, she heads the WebCat and Publishing Department at the Kenya National Library Services, where she leads initiatives in bibliographic control, digital publishing, and the integration of emerging technologies in library operations. Her professional journey reflects a strong commitment to advancing access to information, promoting innovation, and shaping the future of libraries in the digital era. And her topic is on AI in Africa. It's a case study for Kenya. Over to you, Purity.
Thank you. Hi, can you hear me? Well, this Purity is the Kenya National Library Service, as you've just been told. And this morning, I'll just be sharing on how libraries and librarians can use artificial intelligence in their daily work. And I'll be drawing lessons from the Kenya National Library Service as far as our application or our use of AI is concerned. My co-presenter, Lemon Chepkwony, is not able to be with us. Nevertheless, I'll do the presentation. I hope you can hear me. Can someone confirm, please?
Purity, we can hear you. Yes, you can go ahead.
For that reason, we cannot really ignore to make use of AI as a tool that will help libraries to offer what we are calling enhanced library services. AI is also helping to improve efficiency. That is, libraries can harness AI to streamline operations, reduce manual labor, and significantly enhance service delivery. For instance, we've just been shown when it comes to statistics, we can apply AI to help us at least get the statistics that we need, other than doing things in the manual way that we've been used to doing in the past. And again, AI is helping us to reach more users. That is, by automating routine tasks, staff can focus on high-value interactions and expand community outreach. AI is also playing a major role and assisting us when it comes to cataloging and metadata, precision and speed. In the past, as librarians, we've been so much used to using the physical schedules, which consumes a lot of our times, turning pages of various volumes of the schedules, the subject headings, and those others. But when it comes to application of AI, we are able to get whatever we need without really having to peruse the schedules. Maybe we can just peruse the schedules just to confirm whether the class number or the subject heading that you've been provided by AI is the right one. In KNLS, we so much use or rely on AI. For instance, the Dewey classifier. It helps us to assign the Dewey Decimal numbers based on the book details, and it also provides the Library of Congress classification number. And what you need to do and what we have trained our librarian is once you get the number, you just need to go directly to the schedules and confirm whether that is the right number or not. And this has helped us to work on our books at a faster rate, and therefore there are no really backlogs like we used to have in the past. Another area that, as the Kenya National Library Service, we are really applying the use of AI is when it comes to offering reference services. We are able to offer 24/7 reference services using a system that we call the Virtual Library Assistant. It provides instant reference assistance around the clock, and it accommodates all time zones and schedules. Our AI, or what we are calling the chatbot assistants, which we call Anita, which is just meant to assist the users, is able to discover when there is no virtual librarian on duty, and it's able to respond to the questions that are asked in our chatbot, in our chat boxes. And this one, you can be able to interact with the Kenya National Library Services, either through the our website. If you go to our main website, you definitely find that chatbot there. And whatever question you ask, you are able to get instant feedback. This is done by either the virtual assistant librarian or by that particular chatbot. And this helps us also to automate what we call the FAQs, or the frequently asked questions. And with that, the AI is able to gather the questions that were asked before and even provide an answer in case such a question is repeated by a different user. And of course, it helps us to offer what we are calling smart add-off. For specialized or intricate questions, the chatbot seamlessly directs users to the appropriate human librarian or the department. And a good case study is we have a virtual library which you can access. We call it the KNLS VTabu, and we have the virtual assistants that are available 24/7, and they provide the instant responses and help to improve user satisfaction and even reduce staff workload. This is an example of the dashboard of the virtual library sites that we use, and you're able to get the complete reports or the interactions in terms of how many people have visited maybe our website today, where you see the visits. For instance, this was just yesterday. Early in the morning, we had 219 people who just visited the site. Those are just people who just visit. That was early in the morning. And then we had around 310 people who had at least perused through our pages or checked on our collection, especially what is in the VTabu platform. Where we are putting the historical analytics, it means that you can click and you're able to see instantly, especially the orange line shows the number of page views, the pink shows the number of chats, and the green is the visitors. So you're able to click and able to see what dates a user visited the site, and you're also able to see the kind of questions that or interactions that were made on that particular day and at a specific time. And this really helps us when it comes to data analysis. So basically, that is the dashboard of our reference services. So again, we are saying that AI can help in information retrieval and discovery. It helps us to really find what really matters. So it helps in enhanced search with the natural language processing, because it's able to understand the intent of the user, not just the keywords. And it also helps to read to the more accurate results. And the AI helps to provide what we are calling personalized recommendation based on your past behavior or on the user past behavior and the current trends. AI suggests the relevant books, articles, media to individuals and even users. And this really applies especially in our VTabu platform. When a user visits, the user is able to get recommendations in terms of the books that he or she may be interested with based on the previous request that the user end presented at the AI platform. And it also provides deeper semantic search. Users are able to find relevant results based on the meaning and the context of their query, moving beyond just simple keyword matching. And we've talked of examples of discovery systems that we're using. We have the Replace Primo that are integrating AI to deliver a more intuitive and effective search experience. Another area that the Kenya National Library Service is really making use of AI is in the area of correction development and analysis. With the feedback that we are able to get from the chatbots, we are able to make the right decision or what we call the predictive analysis. And this helps librarians to make data-driven decisions on resource acquisitions, ensuring that corrections meet community needs and budgets are optimized. So we are able to know the kind of books that are on high demand or the kind of resources that our users are really interested with. And with that, when it comes to acquisition, we are able to apportion a certain amount of money to materials that are in high need. And also we are able to know the materials that are rarely used. And that really helps us to ensure that we remain relevant in this digital era. And it also helps us to identify the underutilized assets or resources. And this helps us to flag off the materials that are on roll, circulation, or alternatively, even weed them completely. Another area that we are really applying AI at the National Library is in the area of supporting research and academic work. As we very well know, most of the researchers face a great challenge when it comes to referencing and in-text citation. But what we are doing is that we are helping our students and researchers to make good use of AI when it comes to preparing their academic papers, term papers, or thesis, or their dissertations. So when it comes to citation generation, we can make use of a number of reference managers such as Sotero, Medley, MyBeep, and even MS Word itself, and it automatically formats and generates complex citations and bibliographies. And this, I really want to assure you that the users that come to our library have really appreciated this particular service, which is making their work way easier. Instead of just doing their references or bibliographies manually, now they are able to do them at the click of the button. And at the same time, we help in ensuring that they are able to check or to at least ensure that they are not plagiarizing other people's work and what we are calling integrity checks. And we are using anti-plagiarism tools such as the Turnitin, Authenticate, which is actually a free open source. Any person can use it. You don't have really to acquire it or to subscribe to it. And this helps to maintain academic honesty across research submissions. And as well as in the literature review, the AI assistance helps to summarize long form articles and research papers, particularly vital in specialized fields like medical research. And there are quite a number of AI tools that we can use. And one of the very common one that we commonly use is the one that we call Storm, among many others. I'm sure we are all aware of DeepSeek and many others that we are using to help us summarize our articles or the research work. So another area that AI is really, that librarians can really apply is in the area of enhancing accessibility and inclusion, helping to remove barriers. What we are saying is that AI technology is critical in making library resources and programs universally accessible, promoting equitable access to information for all community members. At the Kenya National Library Service, we are making use of AI. We have a special tool that we use that helps us to convert text into audio. And this helps to offer services to our visually impaired users and those others that are not really able to, or those that have what we call the reading difficulties. So we have that service of offering text to speech And we also have what we call real-time translation. It helps to translate web pages, documents, and even live presentation into various local and global languages. That one we are doing at the Kenya National Library Service. And also here automatically helps to generate accurate captions and transcripts for library videos, webinars, and virtual events. This one we are using an open source tool, and it has really gone a long way in helping us to serve all our users. We're also making good use of AI in the area of digital preservation and digitization. I was not able to really take a photo of the various gadgets that we are using, but what we can see is that AI streamlines the challenging work of preserving historical documents and expanding digital collections, ensuring cultural heritage remains accessible. So what is happening is that it helps us to enhance documents and at least accurately digitize historical texts, while image restoration or grobbing remains repair damage to scanned manuscripts. We're doing quite a lot, and we are applying AI in helping various organizations to digitize their corrections, like the maps or their own records. That is for preservation purposes. So, and we combine tools such as the scan trailer, advanced AI, what we call the object character recognition in transforming the ability to digitize and preserve layer and deteriorating manuscripts. AI is also assisting or playing a very major role when it comes to administrative and workflow efficiency. This one goes beyond the public services. It enhances the internal library operations, improving staff productivity, and providing actionable insights for management. For instance, in program scheduling, we have a number of rooms within the libraries, and maybe researchers would want to book a certain room. They don't have really to come and do it physically. They can do it from the comfort of their offices, of their homes, and just secure that particular room for whatever reason they would want to use it. And at the same time, AI has really gone or played a major role in helping us to get what we call the automated reporting. If the CEO would want to know the number of users who visited the library today or the kind of questions that the users are asking, it just needs to go to the chatbot dashboard and is able to gather all those statistics. Our chatbot has also really helped us in the current era when our government has moved to what we are calling the e-government procurement services. And this is one of the areas where we've had a major challenge with most of our suppliers, because right now they are not supposed to come physically, but they're just supposed to open an account and upload whatever we need from their side. And using our chatbot, it has made our work easier to get to know the kind of challenges our suppliers are facing when it comes to registering in the e-government procurement services. And so even when we are doing our reports, we are able to provide at least good and instant reports that shows these are the number of people who have visited our site, and these are the kind of challenges they are facing as far as this kind of service is concerned. So it helps to summarize the usage trends in terms of which books have really been used, and it helps in generating the daily statistics or the weekly reports that helps management to make the right decision. So in the course of us making use of AI, especially when it comes to interacting with our users and offering our services, just a few that I've been able to mention today, these are some of the challenges that we've encountered. We have encountered what we are calling the limited digital infrastructure and connectivity gaps. It's not every part of this nation that is connected to the internet. In the remote areas, it's a bit difficult for them to access this kind of services, and it's also the challenge of internet connectivity. And one of the other challenges that we realized in the process of implementing AI assisted services at the Kenya National Services was the need to offer what we are calling capacity building needs for staff. And there was also the issue of data privacy. I'm sure this one cuts across the board, and ethical concerns. People are a bit afraid. Whatever information I'm sharing, will it go to the public view or not? But of course, this is one of the issues that we look at to ensure that whatever information is shared with us, it is protected. And then there's also the issue of resource constraints for system maintenance. Every system requires to be maintained, and this is indeed a challenge. And the lessons that we have learned since we started making use of AI to serve our customers, one is that there's need to build strategic partnership with tech and education sectors. And this has really helped us in a very big way, approaching the tech-related organization to partner and work with us. It has helped us to at least fix the few gaps that we come across in the process of adopting the AI. And they're also able to give us feedback, and feedback helps us to keep on improving this particular system. We've also learned on the need to invest in continuous staff training on emerging technologies, especially our staff who are working as the virtual assistants, who are able to respond to the questions that are asked by our users all over the world. We've realized the need to have them go through some training on quarterly basis just to get updated in terms of the emerging technologies. And we've also learned that this need to align AI adoption with the national ICT and innovation policies. And this also need to foster user-centered design and inclusive services. And so as I come to the end of our presentation, this is our call for action. That through this AI offers transformative potential for libraries in developing framework. If you want to develop frameworks that will serve you well, that will help you to offer the right services to your users or to your clients, then there's need for you to make use of AI, because everybody else is making use of AI. So as libraries, doesn't matter if it's a public or a national library or academic library, we also need to make good use of AI. It's a tool that we cannot really ignore. And the KNLS journey shows that success requires a balanced approach. You cannot make it alone. With the bit of technology, the people, and we must have the right policies in place, especially when it comes to issues touching on data security and those others. And for the future focus, what we can say is that sustainable AI innovation for equitable access and smarter service delivery can never be ignored. AI is here to stay with us, and AI is here to move to us to the next level. Thank you for listening to me. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Purity, and the colleagues. I'm not going to explain much on Purity's presentation. It actually covers right from the technologies to what is offered and the analytics and the reporting and everything. So it tallies nicely. You see that the software that we have here, what you would find and what is it capable of. It's been answered in this presentation by Purity. However, because of time, I'm just going to allow few questions, at least 3 questions if there are questions. I'm not sure if the colleagues from Tekia and also Kenya, they'll be able. However, if you have a burning question or if you want advice or if you want to collaborate with them, you feel free to send me an email, then I will then link you with them. That is not a problem. However, the only speaker we have in the house that is physically here, it's Mr. Edi Mabuza. Do you have questions for him? Yes, okay, yeah. There's no rubbing. Okay, you can come. There's the first question here. Come listen.
Thank you very much. I beg not to stand up today. I'm Patekan Machaya. I'm the CEO for South African Library for the Blind. I did whisper my wish list on you, Mr. Ndende, but I looked at your presentation and the offer that on what your platform can offer. But what I missed is a customer-centered approach on it, where as a customer enter in the library, whilst I get registered and do everything, I can also outline my reading interests so that if there are those that can be digitally sent to me, I can find with immediate effect. Maybe it's something that I missed. Thank you.
So thank you for that question. The system that is implemented here at NLSA, when you register as a customer, you get to a point where you need to select from a list. What is it that you are here for? And that list, it came to us from our client. So depending on what they wanted to capture at the particular point in time, it's there in the list. So there is that option to customize and add more questions as you go. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Viva Dastile from Eastern Cape. I don't see my principals here. I wanted to know if, because we're using then the technologies at our libraries, and it only shows the ins and outs of users. I saw that with the National Library, there's a feature that talked about what the user comes in the library for. We also need that because we are doing that by hand. We still do that by hand. So if we have this, if there's this feature that can also help us, that the user comes here for reading, for internet, for every other purpose that they come from the library, I think it would also help because we're doing it by hand. It would help if we can have it in the also as a feature.
Thank you. Your comment is noted.
Okay, thank you. It's Moronga Mudiba from the National Library of South Africa. I just wanted to comment on the question that was asked recently here. Actually, yes, we do customize the system the way we want it to be. Like, for instance, we send out our requirements to say we want the system to do this and that and that, and that is what is accommodated in the system. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Name is Sitlabo Pala from Mill Park Library. I wanted to talk particularly with the implementation stages. I think there's a contention of what we should discuss or advise each other in the best possible outcomes when it comes to the implementation of new systems and so forth. As a service provider, I just want to ask and perhaps start a discourse between organizations that have dedicated research and development units and those that maybe just have a champion who could drive the innovation for a particular system. In which case is it better for the implementation of a system? So I'm thinking maybe the difference would be that apart from the strategic documents and the policies and so forth, there could be a dedicated research team that benchmarks, that compares and does everything and then submits that to you as a service provider. Which instance is normally better in those two cases? Thank you.
Okay, let me go for it. So thank you from the first comments and then coming back to you. So I said our system is developed locally. I even brought the developer. So it makes it possible to enhance it as a customer request to say, add this feature, would like to see this, we have an ability to do that. Okay, so the process in which we follow in building systems is we've got in-house researchers and subject matter experts. So we will get highly qualified librarians that have worked in various systems that would say, in a library, this is what, as a librarian, as a cataloger, this is what I need to come across in a system. So in the process of building our systems, we would then get to a point where we take our product out to a market for those that are out there to interact with the system and give us feedback. So it is everything we do, it is informed by research. So to get to a stage where we can stand here confidently that facial recognition works, we capture a face once, even if you come 2 years after, we'll still be able to recognize you. It is backed by many years of research at the back. I don't know if I've answered you.
You answered partly. I understand from the context of you as a service provider.
Yeah.
However, I'm also interested in us as the clients. So let's say I'm a librarian from National Library, Mill Park, wherever, and then we're saying we want to implement a new system. I'm asking for you in terms of the interactions you've had with various stakeholders in the past. Do you find it better that you get more specific or a more probability of success if the organization has an innate research unit that they conduct their own research for the requirements that they will submit to you? Or is it just better for them to give you an idea and then you'll carry out your research as a service provider?
Okay, so obviously if you have a team within your organization that would do the research and be more precise in terms of your requirements, it's much more better than when an organization comes and say, look, this is what we want to achieve. But in most of the cases is that you find that organizations don't have the level of resources and expertise that we've developed over many years. Then we come in more as an extension to help them, enable them to get into the space that they couldn't get because you don't have internal people. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Q&As. I'm closing the session. I would like to thank our speakers. They have given us a nice, vibrant, informative morning session, and we have engaged immensely in such that we are 30 minutes late. We have eaten for our teas and everything. Must I say that we were not going to have tea, or must I have mercy? Or I'm also wasting time by talking. Okay, we're going to have 15 minutes tea. We should be back by 11. I take note that we are already 30 minutes behind schedule. And I want everyone to also take note of that, and then that this room is not going to be empty by the time we finish. Yeah, only 15 minutes tea break, and then we come back very quickly.
Pastor? Check the angles for me, and also can you please check if the sound, your HDMI. Yeah, this.
So they'll be here, and then after here, they'll go to the panel.
Okay. You're not receiving any sound.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Final question before we have our announcement. Who here can answer the question? What is responsible AI? What does that mean? Responsible AI. We've already answered what AI is. Now we are saying what is a responsible AI? Come on, where are the tricks? There we go. I've got a hand. Could you introduce yourself?
Tutuzil. A responsible AI is mostly known as an AI that cannot be scammed easily and always have warnings.
Okay. What should you know when it comes to responsible AI?
Like for an example, sir. So like, can you please explain your question?
So you answered what is responsible AI, and I'm saying, how can you identify if an AI model is not responsible, or whatever creation is not as it should? What can you use to identify it?
For an example, we can say in Meta AI, it can be able to help kids with their homeworks and.
No. How can you say if it's irresponsible? So, okay, you want to. It's irresponsible. So the AI is giving you wrong information. What can you use like as an identifier? What is it? Bias? Is it maybe giving you the wrong answer? What can you use? This thing is not giving you the right.
Good morning, colleagues.
Compare
First, somebody who left their phone somewhere. It's an AI phone. It was found in the boardroom. Okay. Okay. Welcome back, colleagues, to the second segment of our AI session. In this session, we are going to be having a panel discussion on how provincial library information services use AI and other fourth and fifth industrial revolution technologies. We'll be focusing on the milestones and challenges. I am going to be calling the panelists, Ms. Petronella Martin from Western Cape, Ms. Bonani Baloyi from Gauteng, Dr. Junje Machaya from South African Library for the Blind, and Dr. Amogelang Mulaudzi. We are right on time, colleagues. We are starting exactly 11:30 until 20 past 12. I will be managing your time closely. Thank you. I'm handing over to you, Dr. Mulaudzi.
Good morning, colleagues. This is your youngest doctor from Limpopo.
Check.
Yesterday, I did not have enough time to break, colleagues. When I said people must study, I meant it. I did study. I got my PhD at the age of 28. Now I'm 29 years old. So, colleagues, I am here again today with my beautiful colleagues. You can see them. They're all gorgeous. Perhaps some other guys are also looking for the numbers, but I can tell that they're already taken. Okay, I've got my doctor here and my colleagues who will be talking about AI in our provincial library and information services. We'll be discussing how is AI at this moment, what are the AI technologies are they intending to adopt and employ, looking how they are going to transform the services in the library. Colleagues, I hope you have noticed that at our societal front, there is this paradigm shift that is underway, and this paradigm shift is changing how we work, how we communicate, as well as how we express ourselves. It's just like we cannot wait, colleagues. We have to start to invest in this AI tool. No one can wait for a house to burn down. So we cannot wait for the massive dislocation in our society. So I just want to be brief. Let me start with my first question to my colleagues. Colleagues, I want you to tell us, what are the AI applications are you intending to implement in your provincial library and information services? And how are you seeing these AI technologies, including the 4IR technologies, going to improve your library service or the service you are providing to the patrons in the library?
Good day, everyone. Let me start by correcting something. The CEO for South African Library for the Blind is represents the voices of all the South African blind community in the country. It apparently happened that our head office is in Grahamstown, but our deliverables are across the country in 284 sites. When I was given an opportunity to just talk about this, I, of course, have to research because we think sometimes we are not yet there, yet there are some pockets of developments that we have already embarked on. The artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming how people live, learn, work, and connect. For blind and visually impaired communities, which is a community that is so closer to my heart, the transformation carries so enormous, the transformation carries enormous potential, but also serious risks. Let me say why the risks. Our blind and visually community are very isolated by nature and very lonely. Therefore, taking away the human interaction on them somewhat does take them back to the loneliness. AI can remove barriers that once felt immovable, offering new ways to access information, navigate the world, and participate fully in society. Yet, it is not designed with accessibility at the core. It risks deepening inequalities and creating new forms of exclusion. I'm saying this because my community that I serve ranges from the learned blind people to the people that you live at the stoops or in the crawl at your homes because they never had opportunity to study. At South African Library for the Blind, because our library is more web-based, we are using a lot of technological advancement, like your OCR, your text-to-speech software, your Zoom text for those that are visually impaired, and a series of, the OCR is optical character recognition tool that can instantly convert printed text, signage, or even handwritten notes into accessible digital formats. And our AI-driven translation system is also being explored because it's also opened up global resources such as books, research, and archives. And in multiple languages, breaking down barriers to knowledge that were once insurmountable. I'll pause there.
Colleagues, I always find it difficult to say sorry, but let me apologize for not allowing my beautiful ladies to introduce themselves. Colleagues, can you introduce yourself before giving an answer?
I'm Dr. Patek Machaya, originally born and bred in the Eastern Cape province. I'm not the youngest doctor, nor the oldest, but you can gauge for yourself. I'm the CEO for South African Library for the Blind, and I'm on my third year now. I hailed from leading very successful senior university, successful university libraries in the country, ranging from director, senior director to executive director position. I'm towards the end of my career. Don't ask me my age, but my brains is still pumping very well. And also I'm very innovative and curious in the adaptation of technology. The last job I left at the Walter Sisulu University, I left them with a digital library, which is a library without books. And we trained academics there vigorously on how to use technology for teaching and learning whilst integrating library resources and also the anti-plagiarism software with the citation platforms integrated so that the learning space for students become a one-stop shop. I'm trying to do something to that effect at the South African Library for the Blind. Thank you.
Abshain. Well, I'm not going to top that. I am Bonani Baloi. I am not a doctor, but I am the youngest director in the public library space in the whole South Africa. Yes, but right now, Remo. Yeah, I've had quite a number of years. I've always worked in the public sector. I'm a public librarian. I've worked in Limpopo Public Library. I've spent over 10 years at the National Library, Sports, Arts and Culture, not the National Library of SA. And I'm currently the acting director at the Gauteng Provincial Libraries. So that's what I am. I'm a public librarian. I know when I meet my academic friends, they say, public librarians are at the school. Let's rata school. Busy let's carry jar. So I don't know, Doc, should I also answer what you had asked, or should I give my colleague to introduce themselves first? Oh, okay. Where do we want to be in AI in public libraries in Gauteng? I think what I need to say is that I don't want to speak too much to the issues of budget because they are there. But I think for us, it will have to start with baby steps. Maybe have your chat boxes and your chat robots, which currently we do not have in Gauteng. I think ideally if we could have a library that when you walk in, you have your Libby trying to assist you with what you need to do. For me, that would be a good start, and an automatic chat box where even at the comfort of your home, you are able to tap into a library in Mfuleni and try find out what they have without physically going there. Also, if we can have now analysis or predictive AI equipment that gives us our predict our user needs. I think if we can start there. But it is also important to add that right now, as public libraries, we are still limping, and the only thing that I think we are trying to do is to automate our systems. We have libraries in our province that are still struggling with their library management systems, but also let's take this time to also say we also have come to great strength. Most of our libraries are automated. We've got library systems. We as government are also still trying to make sure that our libraries remain online. So we're still trying to make sure that we have internet that is running properly in our libraries. We are also, as Gauteng libraries, trying to move away from trying to make our libraries less, more paperless. So we have also rolled out the face recognition system in some of our libraries where our users don't have to manually register when they go into our libraries. But with regards to AI, I must say we still have a long way to go, but we are trying. Our Premier and MEC have declared, we are moving towards a concept we call in Gauteng libraries for the future. So we're trying to come up with libraries that will be inclusive of all the technologies in one library. For example, in most of our libraries, from Ekurhuleni to Midvaal, Marafong, Randwest, and Mfuleni, we have established in some of our libraries recording studios. This allows our youth to come and have a podcast and also record their music.
So those are the kind of things that currently we're trying to do to make sure that our libraries remain relevant. They might not be in that level of complete being AI, but that's what we're trying. So we're trying to move into libraries of the future, smart cities, smart libraries concept. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, at an event, an exciting event. So my name is Ronel Maton. I'm from the Western Cape Provincial Library Service, Deputy Director, 28 years in the service, and have collaborated and worked on norms and standards for the Western Cape Library Service, various guidelines and protocols in-house and in collaboration with municipalities. So we're very excited about what's happening. We, unfortunately, just like our colleagues, we are not in a position because of finances and various other reasons, not to be capacitated at the moment with the big AI type of stuff. But we are in a position to go over to a new LIMS, Library Information Management System, where we anticipate to have a better access to AI support. To assist us with statistical management and interpretation, collection management, reader guidance because of chatbots to the public. So we really hope that it can assist us better with cataloging, doing processing faster for certain of our processes. And then we've got some other stuff that's going on. You know that after COVID, thank you COVID, we have gone so online with our trainings and our meetings that we can record our meetings, and it is in this case that we make use of speech to text. So you can copy your transcriptions, you can put it into ChatGPT and ask it to create minutes for you. Or you do like some people do. We've got some special guest attendees they call AI minute takers. You would have seen virtual minute takers, you would have seen some of them. Now that is on the order of the day in every meeting that we have. Then our in-house graphic designer who works in the Cape Librarian. We still publish a Cape Librarian, it's a professional magazine. And he says that he makes use of Adobe Photoshop to assist with the technical corrections and tweaking of his photos and any of the artwork that they're doing. Even the editor said that they do make use, now the content is all original, right? And the intellectual content of real persons. But sometimes an article is just too long. Sometimes an article, the wording is just not right. And he said that or maybe they need a more catchy title for an article, and then they make use of ChatGPT for that. You know that we worked on a library model. It will soon be published. It's out for editing at the moment. We finished with it on Friday, and you know when we wrote the library model, we also made use of ChatGPT. We had the content, we did all the research, but sometimes you just needed the right words. So then you used the paraphrasing you gave prompts to ChatGPT to give better paraphrasing to use. Even in our legislation, you know that we've got a new act in the Western Cape to assist with the assignment of the library services to municipalities. So even in our legislation, we used ChatGPT to assist us with some of the wording. Grammarly, you all know Grammarly to assist with styles and writing, and you know that even any other internal platforms, if you do a staff evaluation texts or comments, Grammarly will automatically change or correct and better or improve your style. Right. Auto gate counters, you know, Press Greeter and Magster, because these platforms use internal operations run on AI. And then there's InfoBib and Twilio. So we've got some libraries who's making use of WhatsApp Business to create a reference service to the public. So there's all kinds of stuff that's happening around us. And I totally agree with Doctor. We've got to do change management. And the only way to do that is talk about it, talk about it, talk about it again. And make them excited about it, show them how to do it, make them make it real and practical so that they can see I can also do that and it doesn't cost anything, because there is AI available that doesn't cost anything.
Yes, AI is available. Can we? If we are not careful, soon we'll be launching Bill of Rights for AI. AI is available, colleagues. My doctor, I agree with you. The chief function of the body is to carry the memory. If you don't have a fresh brain, you can't make it. My doctor, it's true. AI is there to uproot all the obstacles that we are facing. If we are not careful, AI will take over. My youngest director, long way to freedom. Long way to freedom, long way to implement the AI, but soon we'll get there. I honestly agree that we are going to implement AI. Our line managers, you are true. Our management, when we submit proposals, they just file them. They don't take time to read. That is a serious challenge. If you are a line manager, once your staff make submission, take time to go through the proposal. Do not ignore those things, because once you ignore them, you are failing us. We cannot afford to be a society that is not succeeding. We want to win. Colleagues, I heard you talking about the AI that is currently available in your library. So I just want you to share with us a success story where technology adoption enhanced user experience. Doctor, can you start?
I'm one of the librarians that are a little bit disruptive. And at my age, there's something that comes into my mind before I answer your question around this AI, these exciting developments, and these technologies, these libraries that are online. And I'm asking myself, I'm having a question for all of you, all of us, in mind, saying that we all talk about financial constraints, yet our library catalogs are only confined to our spaces. What stops us to do what the higher education libraries did, to have one-stop shop and have all the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture libraries catalog into one platform, so that we don't double dip. Our users get enhanced access to all the books that are in the country. Coming to your question, as I've indicated that the South African Library for the Blind has a head office in Grahamstown. Before 2010, before the library was adopted by Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, it was an independent special library funded by estates. Like it was established by Josie Wood, having library systems and everywhere. But we have members that were joining our libraries from all over the country and outside the borders of the country. Which shows that we have been advanced in ensuring that physical space and physical visits matters less. And in my understanding, the fact that those members, wherever they are, they would be able to harvest and borrow books from that small British settlers town in Grahamstown. And our library is 106 years this year, and is still standing, and those supported now by DISAC. That shows that, for me, we may call it whatever, but that's artificial intelligence, as long as there is no integration of human in between the library and the resources. Our resources showed that from 1919, they were utilized all over the world. And even members for our library that left the country, they kept on using our material. So to me, that's a transformative technological advancement that goes beyond the norm. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. What are our good stories to tell with technology? The first one, I'm happy it has technology and a human factor to it. The first one is the Mzansi Libraries Online. So in around 2014, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation donated funds to the National Library of South Africa to roll out what we called the Mzansi Libraries Online. So the funds were used to provide tablets and Xboxes and internet connections to 32 libraries in South Africa. That was the pilot. So when the project was folded over in Gauteng, we continued with the project. So in Gauteng, we still continue to roll out tablets, Xboxes, and internet connections to our libraries. The Xboxes are in a way for us to try and make libraries relevant and community hubs and attractive to our youth. So we also taking note of the fact that online sporting is becoming very competitive. So we want the community of Gauteng to compete on that. In addition to that, through the Mzansi Libraries Online, this is where I say technology meets the human factor. We appoint MLO interns. These youth between the age of 18 to 35 that come in and assist our library users with using these gadgets from the gaming and stuff. So we just recently appointed the 30 MLO learners last week on the 6th or 5th of October. Some of them are here. Can you wave so that you are my POE? So we only have the ones from Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and head office because the others are quite far, but they are placed in all 9 municipalities. So that's one of our success stories when it comes to technology meeting the human factor. And then also we have what I had spoken to our libraries of the future. So we have these studios that I was talking about, the podcast studios. So we've had a lot of young people. I know in Mfuleni, we have a very active youth group or structure that are running a broadcast in one of the studios. I think it's in Vereeniging. Van der Bay Park, yes. And then I know we have a very big recording studio that runs a successful podcast in Germiston. So that's one of our success stories. We also have Midval doing what they call 3D printing. So they are trying, they've got machines that assist with, and they are teaching the community together with Val University to venture into 3D printing. So those are one of our success stories. We also have Ekurhuleni venturing into robotics and Legos. This is to assist and bring our ECD and youth up to standard with technology. And then also our success story is us moving into a more efficient system for statistics, which is our headcount system. Would this also assist us with audit queries and user stats for our libraries? So those are some of our success stories when it comes to technology, and of course e-resources, where the community of Gauteng, in the comfort of their homes, are able to access our libraries, and also the library management systems that makes it easy for our librarians to carry out their daily functions. Thank you.
Right, so you know that the youth love technology, right? So you use gamified reading incentives to first finish their school projects and then do some reading. And in the process, you increase their literacy, their comprehension, their ability to do better at school. So the gamified reading incentives at Athlone and Delft libraries have been doing extremely well, and they could prove that there was, they boosted the children's engagement and in literacy and reading, the quality and quantity of reading. Brackenfell Library have been using this WhatsApp reference support to the public, but what they also did was, this one librarian started using ChatGPT in a youth project. They did some research, got some recipes, and he edited and published a book with the content of new recipes. It's available on Press Reader and on Libby app. It's called Ubuntu Bites, and it was written or edited by Lonwabu Mabele. And that was a very, very successful project with an outcome of a published book. And then coding projects that's happening. So there's 90 libraries in the Western Cape that participated in coding championships. And Bontehevel Library participated internationally and became second. So that's an amazing achievement, and that's just because and how they're training and upskilling the children in coding. And coding is the basis for the Python, Scratch, and other conceptual languages used to program AI. So if you want to AI and start up your the AI, get the children into the coding. Right, so yeah, we're very excited about this. I just want to say also, because of YouTube is technology, right? So we have these oral history programs that was run now for the past few years in our public libraries, collecting stories of culture and history from the older people in the community. You know, those grannies and opas, you can see their, I won't say on their last legs, but we want these stories to be told and to be heard and to be recorded somewhere. So the discs are available in the libraries, but also on YouTube for future generations and legacy. So that is one of our also very successful stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nothing is impossible. I can see that these people are doing exceptionally well. Doctor, you spoke about challenges. I just want us to focus on these challenges that are distracting us. What are the biggest obstacles in integration of AI and other 4IR technologies in your sectors?
The most important part of one of our obstacles is funding and being able to adapt that software as it comes. The second part is that most of the technologies that are being designed, there are accessibility gaps in design. To a larger extent, when these systems, including these AI tools, when they are being developed, they always exclude people that have got special abilities. They only focus on the usual customers. And at the same time, there is also another issue of data bias and representation. As I've indicated, that we register a blind community from all over the country, and with also a statistics that has been shared by World Health Organization stating that in 2023, 170,000 South Africans are either born blind or turned blind. As a library that is established to provide a blind community, including the blind schools, with free technological devices to read books. Much as we try by all means to advocate and market our library, but affordability, if you look at 170,000 a year, how much would we need to give people free devices? And if you are talking about a device, a reading device for blind person, the state of the art, the one that we had one in my library, is 40,000. And we try by, the cheapest is 5,000. And you have to register people for free and upload material and train those people. That's also becoming an issue. And the issue of data biasness and representation. My constituents that are very, very eager to read because of loneliness are not somewhat English-speaking community, which are more, which the gadgets are designed for. Most of them, they speak all the other indigenous languages spoken in South Africa. And when that gadget, we upload to that gadget a Shivenda book, and that book has to be translated into that person so that the reader can follow the story. Sometimes the pronunciation of words, changes the entire narrative of the story. And at the same time, there is also an issue of dependency on connectivity. As my constituents, I was quite intrigued when visiting Northwest. I went to the farms of Kostir, Brett, and other townships, some of the townships that have got my people. And you realize that out of those townships and also in the farms, they are blind constituents, that we have to give them gadgets that are internet dependent. When those people are struggling to get basic needs like food, shelter, how would they be able to get data? We are still exploring with Australia, which is one of our supplier for these gadgets, to give us an opportunity to check what devices can we get that can be techno-friendly, as well as those that can also be solar-based, so that when their batteries are off, they can be the batteries can be also be charged automatically. And also, we also see technology, whilst emerging tremendously in our environment, there's good and bad in our perspective, because the challenging part is widening inequality. And I'm telling you about a library that 15 years ago started becoming the library for South Africa. But before that, it was a library for Grahamstown community and international community. So imagine how much excited our indigenous people on joining this library, but at the same time, with limitations even in the content that we have. The books that I have and the fictions that I have, we're still now scrapping around. That's why I'm motivating for the motion of sharing your catalogs with us, so that we can be able to access the indigenous knowledge books that are authored by the local people that speaks the language, because large component of my collection is more English based, and it's books that are written for English and African speakers. Thank you.
I will not dwell much into the challenges of budget. I think those are common. The most unfortunate thing, Doc, is that in government, whenever there are budget cuts, the first sector that our government looks into is the libraries and archives. We always get the biggest cuts when it comes to budget. So that's one of the first and foremost challenges that we have. And then secondly, it's the skills that we have in our libraries, which is something that as Gauteng we are trying to deal with and upskill, because if we're bringing in Xboxes, as much as I'm the youngest director, if you give me an Xbox now, I will not be able to play that thing. So imagine a 50-year-old librarian, and then we take a PlayStation and say, you need to teach these kids coming in to play this thing. So those are some of the challenges that we're having. Hence, with that, we tried to bring in the Generation 2000 or what, Gen Z, yes, for them to come in and assist us with those kind of skills that we might need for the rolling out of some of these technological things that we're doing, such as the MLOs. And then, unfortunately, also, Dokodela, it is also sometimes the unwillingness of our staff to do extra things. I know there are libraries that we would establish a mini library. A mini library is services we have for the blind. And then there's, we have our document readers and our scannings and stuff. And then you find a librarian saying, but this is an extra job for me. So that is also a challenge. I must say, not in all our libraries, but we do have that as a challenge as well. And then another challenge that we have is departmental or government policies and procurement systems. Currently in Gauteng, we are unable to roll out e-resources such as Overdrive and your World Book Online, to mention a few. Because when you go to government and you say, I need Overdrive, they do not allow you to specify that you need Overdrive as a system. You must just say you need an e-resources. For someone who's not a librarian, it's very difficult to make them understand why specifically Overdrive. And then you will get questions that we are in the 4 IR and 5th IR. Why are you saying only this Overdrive is the only one that can carry out this system? And then when you go out on tender to try get something that complements Overdrive, you find something that cannot do the same functions that Overdrive offers. So even now in Gauteng, we are not able to procure e-resources because we stuck with those challenges for procurement because of policies and sole provider issues. Another issue that we have as a challenge is infrastructure. Some of our libraries are quite old and they are not able to take these new technological systems and infrastructure and equipment that we would like to bring in.
All right. Sounds like the same problem we have to some degree. So yes, we also have infrastructure gaps, especially in limited access areas, very deep rural areas, and that's normally also the poorest communities. Then the underutilization of existing services. You know that we've got e-books. We've got more than 2,500 e-books. It's very well used, even our e-books. But then you get to some municipalities where you can see there's almost no membership. And when you discuss it with the library manager, one library manager told me they don't want the people to read e-books. They want them to read printed books. Now, that is the manager that communicates and leads all our staff in a decision to make use of new technology. So underutilization, and again, staff's attitude, unhelpfulness, unfriendliness, because they are uncomfortable with new technology. They are not able to use Google as good as the children do. How can we convince the community to make use of us if we don't know the tools of our trade? So that is really something that we need to work on and to motivate, keep motivating, and that's again back to the change management, speaking, talking, encouraging, reminding, and just keeping in their faces about this. And then even if you make training available, you know, to save money, again, back to the budget, we try to do things online. But you know, like people are not present. You know how you get busy with something else, you walk out, the telephone rings. So you're not committed to make use of the content online. That content is the same as when you attended that training physically. So, but it's your attitude and commitment to make use of that. And that we can get training from anywhere. Right, so the other one is a lack of digital literacy. I totally agree. So base level. So how can we get to AI or more advanced technologies if people can scarcely help themselves? They don't even know how to use Outlook. They will tell you if you send them an invitation and they accepted it, it disappeared. They don't know how to access it in again. So. Or you ask them to sign documents, even managers, they have to sign documents virtually. And that's the way to go these days. And that is such a struggle for people to create a fillable PDF form. So it's basic digital skills that contribute to people's uncomfortableness with this. And then, of course, as we said, the budget constraints and a serious resistance to change. Which is found natural when introducing new technologies. But now to cross that barrier, that is really the challenge. How do you motivate people who don't want to be motivated? They're really not interested in this technology. But that's where we are going. They're your permanent staff. They're there. You cannot just make use of interns, of the Yeboneers and the youth projects, because now there becomes this disparity, and the permanent staff start to give the youth attitude, you know, and then you get these behavior issues and fallouts. So that's again another issue, but it's part of the whole package of what we need to deal with.
Doctor, money, chelete. Dr. Modiva yesterday said, we need this money. My young director, upskilling, that is the most initiative I would advise every sector to gun for it. If we don't learn, we will repeat the same mistakes. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking. Let us use education as a tool to train our minds, not just a learning of facts for reproduction. That cannot be correct. Colleagues, you spoke about a lot of challenges. So I just want to hear from you, how can provincial library and information services collaborate to overcome common challenges you spoke about and share the best practices?
Well, thank you very much. I think the idea I shared in between my responses of resource sharing, gadget sharing, we open a consortium of acquiring a software, and then with unlimited access, all of us using it, maybe that might help. But with reference to the South African Library for the Blind, which I believe people might be interested to know more about it, because it's the only one in South Africa and in Africa. We are not depending only on the revenue we get from government. The CEO and the management, time and again, we have to draft funding proposals. And we also had a grant, the conditional grant, that we also need to optimize in support of our initiatives. With reference to collaborations, we are busy exploring collaborations with 28 entities in the country. What we discovered as a blind community is that the National Library of South Africa, for example, has been a legal deposit for years. Yet South African Library for the Blind has been complaining about inability to access indigenous language produced in the country. So we've also managed to twist the arm of the legal deposit, the government in terms of renewal of the Legal Deposit Act, and that was approved, but not yet, though the act is not yet, revised act not yet signed, where South African Library for the Blind will receive books for free, will be a legal deposit library, receiving books and be able to transform them into formats that are relevant for blind constituents. Other forms of collaboration, as we are having our 284 mini libraries hosted in public and community libraries, we have started embarking on decentralization of audio studios, so that in certain parts of the province, there should be studios that where books that are produced in languages spoken in that province can be narrated at that province by people that are eloquent in those languages for enhanced accessibility to indigenous language, which seems to be part of our challenge. So the collaboration between public libraries and us, we don't necessarily have to buy books that you have when our blind constituents from your provinces need books. And at the same time, I was listening to the presentation from the Take Care presenter, as well as the Kenya Public Library, which I visited. I would want to join for public libraries and community libraries to join forces, especially in the acquiring of the, what is it called, these devices, magnifiers, reading for your, a large number of your users do not declare that they are visually impaired. So the reason why I would want to request that public libraries acquire those devices is because you can ease us some responsibility by focusing only on the blind constituents alone than on visually impaired people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We are running out of time. We are only left with 2 minutes. Maybe I can give you the 2 minutes, Ms. Baloyi? Yes.
Oh, I'm going to be brief. What are we doing to deal with the challenges? I think Dr. P has already touched on it. It's collaboration, not only for us in the public sector, but also with private sector. So partnerships, I know in Gauteng we have a partnership in Randwest with Goldfields Mine. So Goldfields Mine have decided that they will help us with establishing mini libraries and providing technological equipment as their way of giving back, because it's a mine area, that site. So those are the kind of things that we need to explore, private partnerships. And then also, I think you've already indicated the upskilling of our library managers and librarians. So as much as we are bringing in the young ones to assist with this technology equipment that we have, we also need to invest, which I believe all municipalities are, in upskilling the current workforce that we have. And then with regards to infrastructure, while we have challenges of budgets cuts, but we're also trying to maintain our libraries. So we're trying to maintain libraries in Gauteng and upgrade them, and so that they are on par with the technology equipment that we're bringing in.
I'll be very fast. Okay, I'm not going to repeat, but one thing is that we started to do is to tell impact stories. So how did that technology change my life? And the public tell the impact stories, not the library staff. So the libraries take photos of the people. They ask them, so how did the library change your life? How did the computers in the library change your life? One woman came into the library, she wrote a biography of her daughter who had a cancer that she had to overcome, and she wrote a book in the library. And then there are many others. Tell their impact stories, make people aware of how important it is what we're doing. So those staff who don't want to work, let them see what are they working for and what are the changes they bring in people's lives. And even in those communities where staff do not gather stories, let them hear other libraries' stories, because it can become theirs. And again, that thing of sharing on platforms with each other best practices. What works better
5
to make it happen?
4
Done.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mulawudzi, and your team for sharing us the progress that we are making and the challenges that we are facing. What I've gathered from this conversation is that AI is just here to complement us as librarians. We are not going anywhere. All we need to do is just to become AI literacy specialists. We must go after it and understand it. People are still going to come to us so that we can explain how this AI works. Don't be scared. Colleagues, I'm sure from the corner of the screen you've been seeing something that is happening. Is it still there? Nothing. Yes, we are supposed to be connecting to a function that is happening in Gauteng, city of Johannesburg at this stage. Thank you very much. You may leave the stage. Colleagues, now we are connecting to an UNESCO second global media and digital literacy event, which is a collaboration between LIASA and NLSA. It is taking place at the Brixton Library. They are showcasing what the province is doing in digital literacy. It looks like...
Against the wall, against the wall, can we?
We have not yet handed over to you. We are going to go and connect with Mr. Jeff Nyoka. He is a LIASA member. He is the one who is championing the program that is happening at Brixton Library. Over to you, Mr. Nyoka. Can you hear us?
Get them to stop. Can they stop now? Yeah, we are going to have to ask our learners to stop. You online, the learners are so excited, guys, you won't believe it. They can use this app for hours, that's what I can tell you. They can choosing different stories, that's how excited it gets. But we need to move on to the next item. So, I respectfully to you who are here in the hall, right? To you who are here in the hall, you might not be able to see on the screen what we are doing. We will see if maybe
like our
that smart board can demonstrate.
Because he's supposed to be taking us through what they are doing on the other side. But the IT guy is still working on that one.
Okay. Give us 10 minutes because we're on time to start past 12.
the 5 minutes that we still remaining, I can take comments from the audience on the panel discussions if there are any, whilst we are waiting. There's a second one there.
Thank you so much. My name is Nzo Zuma. I work for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in KZN. Like Bonani, I work for government, and in as much as she and I think the entire panel was shying away from the problem of budget, it's something that we need to mention. And I know maybe attempts have been made to try and deal with that, but without budget, we are in serious problem. Maybe unlike the other panel members, our clientele is very diverse as provincial government. I hear Dr. P, they're focusing on members with visual impairment and those that are blind. But for us, it's from zero to the grave. And the need is dire. When I was young, I used to be very vocal. But now I think I've gone a bit quiet because I've realized the amount of work that we need to do. But I do want to echo what I think it was Doc who said we need upskilling. And we definitely need to deal with the deteriorating culture of working in the public sector. The little that we have can still go a bit far, but we need more. But I just wanted to say thank you so much to NLSA for this opportunity, and to the panel members and the doc. It was a good session. Thank you so much.
Hi again. Thank you very much for the exciting, different perspective panel discussion that we had. My comment is just on different facets of everything. The first thing being with budget. I've had an opportunity to work in a public space. I've worked in research libraries, I've worked in academic libraries. What I can tell you is that even though there's disparities in budget, sometimes the prerogative lies within us. If you hear, we had like various speakers just showing us through their presentations minute or simple steps that they took to implement certain things. Before we can start flying, we need to crawl first. Why don't you start with ChatGPT and streamline something? Why don't you use the Office 365, which I know most organizations have? Use Power Automate. They showed us an example there. Do your YouTube learning, and then also have the passion to derive that organizational change or disruption yourself before you can start asking for more money. I'm not advocating to say we don't need more money, but I'm advocating to carry out the echoes of yesterday when they said we need to start looking at building internally rather than purchasing something, as Dr. Mudiba has said. So sometimes we just look at those technologies and then we start implementing from there. I feel like there can be, even if it's not a huge impact, but there will be some impact in terms of the improvement of our working in our organizations. Secondly, we need to stop operating in silos. Well, the problem with us librarians, I'm sorry to say this, but we operate in silos. I don't understand why we have to have a group of private education librarians, public education librarians, public librarians, and so forth. The moment we walk into an Indaba like this, the moment we go to a conference, we are all the LIS. There's no silos, there's nothing. And then now, when we are like that, we need to have a mindset of another person's trash is another person's treasure. Right now, maybe I work in a private education company, and then they want to throw away computers. Why don't I collaborate with Free State Public Library to give them those computers? Those silos must be eliminated to build each other as a company. Instead, we just throw away those computers while we have learners not having any access to those technologies. So those silos need to be demolished. Lastly, I don't see a lot of librarians on platforms like TikTok, Facebook. Our content is very library based. I don't see us doing dance challenges. I don't see us spreading awareness in that format that would appeal to Gen Alpha, Gen Z. And I think we need to just challenge ourselves to go there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm getting information that they are ready now, but they've disappeared on the screen. Can you assist us? Sound.
First slide. Okay. So if you are at home, you know technology can give us challenges. So we are on our first slide that is about South African Digital Literacy Day, showcasing digital skills programs from different libraries around South Africa. This is a competition, was very short. It was very short because it's a new, we just want to see what librarians can demonstrate and brag. It's a bragging moment. They are bragging to say, in my region, I train, in my region, I introduce this digital skill. And I also, before we move to the next slide, show people, I want to say to and attending online, if you don't see your province or municipality might be submitted, but we know there are municipalities who are doing digital literacy programs. We know this. The second thing I also from of Johannesburg, you are from the hosting city, so yours is a special one. So if you don't see yourselves on the screen, including our senior citizens. And another I want to make is that another disclaimer I want to make is that some provinces, there are more than one municipality, so they will share the prize. The last disclaimer is that the prize that we allocated is from our online safety grant, because the competition itself was to say, how do you educate online safety about digital skills, all sorts of digital skills, but online safety is a key concept that we are pushing. All right, let's move to the next slide. Eastern Cape. I chose to show Eastern Cape first because Eastern Cape is the only municipality, a municipality called Sunday River Valley Municipality. They actually created a banner on South African Digital Literacy Day. The second thing we like about them is they conducted digital literacy through outreach, meaning they went to spaces. They didn't just do it in the library, they went to different spaces. So that's the only municipality that actually submitted content for. Give them a big hand. Okay, let's move to the next. The next one is Limpopo. Limpopo, the library there, they organized training on how to use artificial intelligence, how to search information using library databases. That's part of digital literacy. And they also created their own poster, which they use to promote the program. So these are things that librarians can learn, which this is how you do it. All right, let's move to the next one. Yes, let's give them a big hand. All right, let's move to the next one. Free State. Free State also digital transformation journey, and they are starting small. They are organizing digital literacy classes with very limited resources. So we are proud of them as well from that province. Give them a big hand. Next one is Northwest. Now, I really loved how Northwest did their digital literacy competition. It is actually University of Northwest, called Northwest University. So what they demonstrated collaboration because they worked with Lomanyaneng Public Library, they worked with Mabacho Public Library, and they also worked with one librarian from the department. So for me, that is a very good way of collaborating. It educates other sectors to say, let's work, the universities can work with the public libraries. Okay, Northwest on the next page, we have one library called Rikhatla Tlile Community Library, who did Microsoft online courses, and Rikhatlile, yes, Rikhatlile. I like that they actually got certificates. So for the Piri community, right up to Northwest, they've done these certificates. It's a pity you can't see on the screen, but they did the certificates that you also did. So Rikharatli, well done to that. The next one, yeah, let's give them a big hand, yes. Okay, moving right along. The next one, the last one is this province of Gauteng. So in Gauteng, we have two submissions. The first one is from Eguruleni. I believe we have people from Eguruleni, librarians from Eguruleni, librarians from Eguruleni. Okay, but what they do, it's a library called Palm Ridge Library. They do a variety of programs, digital programs. They introduce learning through play for coding. They introduce digital literacy, basic digital literacy. They also introduce how to read using technology. So let's give them a big hand, Palm Ridge Library. Okay, the next one, we are still in Gauteng. You know there are different municipalities here. So Mohale City Municipality, they also submitted their program. They are focusing on primary learners, introducing them to digital skills. And they are starting small. We are proud of them. They also introduce learners to using mobile devices, like how you guys were using the smartphones. So let's give them a big hand. All right, so I think to the end of this demonstration, I just want to ask our monitor there if there are any participants online who would like to speak and tell us about their experiences. Let's see, is there anyone who would like to say something online about their experiences? Anyone? Okay, so we'll move on now. Before we move on, I just want to say for those online, I just want to say, as I said, where there are two municipalities, the prizes will be split into two, and the prizes will be arranged on time to the submitted. So congratulations to all of you. But before we end, there is this part that's important. Oh, okay. Is somebody who would like to speak, Mapefo? To the technical team, may I ask if we let them speak, they will be audible and I can just stop. Is that fine? There's Mapefo. Apelele. I'm going to stop now and you let them speak. Okay, Mapefo, you can speak about your experience.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Can you hear them?
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Thank you. I'm almost there. I'm just. Yeah.
They did not pay them. They were
Yeah.
supposed to pay them on Friday.
Yeah.
They paid them on Monday.
Which kids?
The 18 kids. Remember that case is about the 18
Sorry,
kids.
we understand you are seeing the slides. The technical team is going to remove the slides, and then Apelele, we would let the person speak once they remove the slide sharing. I believe that will allow them to speak. Yes, Apelele?
They paid them on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Apelele, they are ready for Mapefo to speak. Can you ask her to speak?
Yes, Mapefo, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, thank you. My experience with the whole campaign, I am from the
Okay,
Northwest.
so we have the technical difficulty. Please.
It seems
Please,
as if
type
they can't
your
hear me.
comments on the Zoom. Technical difficulty, so we can't be able to give your audio. So our controller will share your comment. For now, I would like to move on to the next item, right? There are two things that we are doing now. So the first thing we are going to do quickly, Tibelo, Gaps, tell us, please bring the results of school learners who won, and how many bags there we have? 12. Under you. How many of those? Okay, getting the results of the learners who did the digital along. While we are doing that, from the community from Piri, you will come to and accept your certificates where you completed the online courses. If from Tebogo, where are the certificates? Tebogo's FISO, the certificates. Tebogo's FISO, the certificates. So, yes, online, just what we are doing now, we are collecting the outcome. We are also going our IRI community who participated on the digital skills training. Okay, so okay, so we are going to participate on the digital reading. You will have to quickly come to the front to accept your special gifts. To come and accept your special gifts, you will have to quickly come to the front. We don't have a lot of time, and we know some of you are already hungry. All right. So I will go by from number 3 upwards. Now, I want to inform the teachers that we will have to take 10 learners. The other learners are reserves because planned that it will be 10 learners. So please understand it's for 10 learners, right? So, number 3. I would like to ask for Deputy Director of Libraries to come to the stage as we are about to announce the winners of these two groups. I would like to ask our Deputy Director of Libraries to come to the stage. Okay, so
Can we please have Dr. Mpidi down here? Thank you.
So, I'm just gonna. Okay, so you ready? Are you ready? Okay, so please pay attention. At number 3, in third place, because we also combined groups that also need to be part of the digital reading. So at number 3 is the FPC school. They can. Is the teacher coming to join? Is the teacher coming to join? Yeah, they can come and stand there. Yeah, no, yes, okay.
Okay, colleagues, because
So,
we are struggling to connect
so what we
there
will
and the
do
sound
with
is terrible,
the limited gifts that
we
we put
are
aside, we will
planning to change now the program and fast track it. The suggestion now is that we take the last speaker. We were supposed to go for lunch after this, but we will take the last speaker that was supposed to come after lunch. We have it now so that when we break for lunch and we go. Thank you very much. I am now going to call on Dr. Hamilton Mpindi from the University of Johannesburg to take the stage. We can cut off Brixton Library. Okay, we're still connecting. Sorry for that. We hijacked him. He was not ready 100%. Whilst we are still preparing the connections, I just want to make a comment on one of the comments that was made. As public libraries, we will always be late starters because of the budget cuts. And I suppose for us to be late starters, it's acceptable because there are others that will pave the way for us. They will be our guinea pigs. And they will test the waters for all these applications that are coming in. And by the time we come in, we know what is working best for us. Because we cannot afford to have systems that will fail us and having to start all over again. So let's allow ourselves to go at a snail's pace. We will catch up. No pressure.
Thank you. I want to use the famous way that I'm standing between you and lunch. So I was asked to look at the reflection, and I wish I was an AI, so I could actually grasp everything and summarize. But I know the chair said that he's going to touch on each presentation. But it's an exciting, to come and realize that, I value libraries, and I believe that libraries are the jewels of the knowledge. And if we don't adapt, then we will perish. Now, I don't know how many of you have realized that actually AI, which is artificial intelligence, has started very, very way back, you know. And if you look there, it dates to the 1950s, you know. But look now, we are in 2025. And some of people think it's a new thing, we're excited about it, you know. And this thing has started a long way ago, until the US government, the army, took it serious, because we always follow, we don't innovate. So if you look how it has started, you realize that it dates back in 1943. You know, when these two theoretical guys, you know, they thought about, you know, the model of artificial intelligence. But it was when, until, you know, John McCarthy, along with Marvin Minsky, they proposed that the term should be called artificial intelligence in a workshop, you know. And that's what was the birth, you know, and that was considered the birth of artificial intelligence. Now, I believe you've listened to papers and you all know what is AI, you know, and I don't have to elucidate. But what is important is that technology evolved. AI might have taken long to be where it is, you know, for everyone to buy into it, but it actually existed. Now, it is a time that everyone should not be left behind. Now, look, the libraries in the past, you were seeing books. But we cannot have the libraries that existed the past 10 years and to be the same again. No, we can't. We can't allow that. We have a generation. I have students that graduate and tell me that I've never entered the library. And I got worried because I'm a friend of a library. And I get worried that if this student hasn't entered a library, where did they get the information? I mean, when you write a thesis, we always concern about your research methodology. And if you realize that most of the book on research methodology are textbook, we don't consider journal articles, you know. And if you look at the theoretical frameworks, most of them were written in 1960s, 1980s, but they still underpin our studies. Then I get worried when the students say that I haven't been to the library until I finish my degree. I got worried. Then the question is the library relevant to their age? No. They will be in a tablet, they will be in their phone, and they'll get everything that they want. And that was AI has brought. So I'm saying, let's adapt. Let's not talk and talk, let's do the work. So that's in a nutshell to say that the picture must change. And it must change in how we look at the library. I used to work for this university, and when I entered the library, it was so depressing. The circulation desk looks horrible, and I never wanted to go to that library again. So I'm saying we don't want the situation where when you enter the library and you just look at it in the reception and say, would I find the book that I'm looking for? You know, but it's very, very important that we change the picture. Now, AI can really help libraries, and I think the speakers have attested to it, and I'm going to repeat, you know, it can really help, you know, in terms of improving our services. You know, most of the time we think we are working, our salaries are guaranteed. We don't think about the customer experience. You know, if you go to MTN, Vodacom, they talk about customer experience. You know, so you need to make sure that your customer have an experience of being in the library. And we are living in a technological era. They must get the same experience. Not coming and you say, we're offline, and we're proud. You know, I go to the government department, I'm sorry, but they are proud to say they are offline. You know, they are proud. And I'll be worried, you know, I'll be worried if I can't render the service, you know. So I think it's very important that we do a critical reflection, you know, and transform and look in terms of what are the risks. There are risks, of course, in the AI, you know, and we'll talk about them in a nutshell. But now, and I think the speakers, they spoke about opportunities, and it's very important that we need to understand that this AI will automate the work, the work that we should do. We spend time doing manually. It can be automated. Why? I tell people that I don't want someone to show me the Excel spreadsheet. I'm tired. We can't talk about Excel spreadsheet today. I mean, there are a lot of AI. There are a lot of solutions for you to use this. Yes, the spreadsheet can do wonders. If you've done an advanced Excel spreadsheet, you can do a lot of things in Excel. But I'm saying that we are past that time, and I'm not dishing Microsoft, but I'm saying that you don't come with a spreadsheet and say, we have a fantastic thing. There's AI that can do the collection, the analysis. You know, you can do that so quickly. Why can't we adapt to this use technology. But what I'm trying to say, and also improve accessibility. So we know that AI tools are, they can provide, I mean, when you search, I mean, as if you study library science, information science, I believe that you can do a search better than you use what they call Boolean logic. You can search quickly because in internet everything is so much, but what you say, your search strategy will influence what you're gonna get. Now with the AI, yesterday we saw Open AI. They have launched a new browser that uses ChatGPT in order for you to go and search, and you get answers in using the browser. And remember now, they are challenging Google, because Google, we know that they are undisputed king of search engine or web browser, and they put their AI there in the top, so when you go there. So AI, Open AI is challenging Google. And that's very, very interesting. And they launched it yesterday, to say that this browser, it works wonders. And I see some of the snippets here. So that's what we need to look at it. And I talk about personalized experience. You need to tailor, AI can tailor services, to resource individual needs. And that's very important. Because often when we're in the public sector, we don't think about customer experience. Those are languages that are spoken in the corporate world. And we need to move away from that. And we've seen how technology have changed. Our multi-choice, I'm sorry, they were relaxed and they thought they've got monopoly. Netflix have shown, how TV should be watched. Why should we have to wait for the program, for next Thursday? Meanwhile, you can just stream. And that's how it shows. And users, other presenters, they've spoke about how it can better collection development. And it's very, very important because in the library field, it's very important to inform that your collection development, is it really addressing the needs? Is it talking to what the customer needs? And also, is it cost effective? Is it cost effective to have so many books? Books are very expensive. Meanwhile, you can have online. Yes, I wouldn't want to get rid of the books. I would want the hybrid. That we still have people that love to read the books. Remember when the compact disc CD started? It was one of the best innovative technologies that we can ever have. And because you can play music in a digital, optical manner. But look, where's CD? CNA, the music have closed. It's replaced. But it still remains the best, the best, one of the technologies that was invented. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, we might think that everyone needs books, but maybe other people need books in a different format. Not in the form that they must actually have a book that they'll carry around. Now, it's also the AI can also really support the ethical the ethical issues about the AI. What is important here is that you, as a library, you need to find what solution can you find on AI. What can it solve? What problems do you have that you want AI to solve? Not because you want AI, because everybody has AI. Now, you have to have your data in order. AI is powered by data. If you don't have your data in order, you don't have your storage and how your data is organized, there's a problem. And therefore, it keeps the issue of ethical issues where can this particular information be accessible? And we know we have hackers and crackers that will really, really get our information, And nowadays, there's a scam of where they send you an email with your ticket fines, and they say pay online. And it's your car registration, if you've seen that. But it's a scam. It's a scam, but they have details, and you can be fooled. And my advice is that anything that wants you to click the link, don't. That's my advice. That's my advice. But now, as much as we like AI, and which is I'm passionate about, because I'm in a tech space, but there are ethical concerns. So that's why I say that we need to look at, we should not, we should make sure that AI cannot perpetuate bias and raise data privacy concerns. And this is a very, very, very important issue. That's why I'm saying that your data must be in order if you want to participate in the AI. If your data is not sorted, do not participate, because you're going to compromise the information that you have. Now, 10 years ago, I did a few articles on digital divide. And now we see that the more we move to AI, there are people that are going to lag behind, people that are not connected, people that do not have the means. That's going to be a problem. But now, of course, is a national issue. So we need to look at, and I know that colleagues, probably they have done studies, we should not leave those public libraries in the rural area, in the remote areas. Yes, we know South Africa, I mean, the land mass is big, so you cannot have connectivity, you know, for Wi-Fi for everyone. I mean, you know, if you travel, you go to Europe, you can move in the whole country without being disconnected because Wi-Fi is there. But you must look at the land mass. You know, it's very smaller. Some countries are like Gauteng, so which you can. So there's the issue of that. We should worry about the digital divide. We should not leave people behind. Of course, the challenges, and the colleagues have talked in this presentation, that there's also issue of infrastructure, and then which I'm talking about, and also they talk about the shortage of skilled personnel, people that can. I mean, we found, recently I was approached by the Zambian government. They want to come and train their staff. The government purchased equipment. No one in Zambia can use it. Can you imagine? And I'm talking about equipment that costs millions bought in Germany. So we need to train people. Yes, we can train people, but we need to ensure that people are equipped to use those resources so that we can participate in the space. Of course, the impact on the human resources. AI, you know, the potential of AI is to really replace certain human skills, and that's a fact. But there's a concern about the job security. But there is a role, you know, for future librarians. There is a way you can co-create your skills, reskill yourself so that you are ready for the AI. So that's very, very important, that as going forward, let's look at our skills, you know, and look in terms of what are the other skills that we can do to empower ourselves. Doesn't mean that now if you were doing a certain work that is manual, now that there's AI, your job it's lost. It's not lost, you know. So there's this issue, and these are challenges. And so that's why my point is that we need to look at the new skills. What are the new skill sets that we need? And let me tell you, education is not about age. You still find people in their 60s that are getting their PhDs and masters, because it's not about age. You can learn. You can learn every day. So it doesn't mean that if you're old, you can't touch, you are technophobia, or you can't touch technology. No, there isn't. Yes, we know this new generation, it seems like they were born with the computers in their hands because they just know how to use a computer. But we need to look at the skills, empower ourselves. We mustn't, you know, when we started in the past, there used to be, you know, go to the library and you want a reference source. They take you to this huge book, encyclopedias and whatever. But now everything is digitized, so that person was as a reference librarian helping you to navigate through those reference sources. Must find the skills. If their skills was to know which page they must go if you want this thing on the almanacs, it means that now in the digital era, they must navigate and be able to help. So they must upskill themselves, you know, and their courses. Now, I'm finishing with these slides just to look at the reflection. So I believe that this should not be a once-off. I believe that this should continue, but not a talk show where librarians gather with different stakeholders, of course. You also need stakeholders, I mean, service providers, you know, that provide with the technology so that you can speak the same language, they can know your needs, and you can actually, they can be able to render the needs to you as a library. Now, AI is a tool and not a replacement, and that's very, very important. It's a tool. And I told you, a lot of companies, the OEM had moved already. If you go to Roslyn and you go to the OEM, you'll find two people in a workshop, and the rest is robots operating. And maybe 10 years back, you find a lot of people fixing one car. So the idea is not to replace, you know, it's really to ensure that the expertise, so it doesn't want to replace your expertise. The idea is to enhance. The same in the library. When you use AI, it must be to enhance library services, to ensure that every user comes to the library and they get a service, and they do not despair and go to their laptops and say, I don't need to go to a library. Librarians, the role has to evolve, you know. If you used to have, and librarians have to leverage in the information literacy, and we just saw, and the ethical judgment and understanding the user needs. It's very important that we understand the user needs. If you are sitting in your own corner, you might think, you know, I'm fine. People will come looking for you, for me, and some, you know, Some of the people, they don't really have a good human relation. They don't even smile when you go to them. And my student came to me and said that they want me to create one automated tutor. And I said, why? Why do you automated tutor? They said, no, we want to limit the human relation because some tutors are nasty. If you go to ask them questions, they treat you as stupid. You don't understand this thing. So they want something that is less human in relation. Go to that online tutor, ask questions, and get responses. So you see? And that's why we say, the same with the librarian. If there's a librarian that frowns when you go to her and ask questions, you won't want to go again. And I said, and then do you still have that ask a librarian? I want an automated one. And I'm sure that, you know, so that's the idea, is that the role is evolving. People will not want human interaction, but they will rather use the robot or AI. And so we need to skill ourselves behind the scenes. Let's have those data. Let's have this information. Now, what is important is that strategic and ethical planning is very important. If we want to have a successful AI adoption, we require meticulous planning. We need to focus. We need to look at ethical consideration and commitment to transparency. There need to be planning. Yes, government must create policies that enable us to implement AI. But technology moves. If you're going to wait for the policy or spend 5 years doing a policy, by the time you wake up, the technology will have moved. Probably won't have been having AI, will have been something else, you know. And that's how the technology moves. But the strategy is very important because the strategy guides you, give you the idea. And the colleague spoke about this collaboration, and I will not stop talking about collaboration. So libraries need to collaborate, and you collaborate with amongst themselves, technology developers, and look at the best practices, and look at also create the ethical AI solutions. I emphasize ethical because things that are happening in the internet, there's a lot of ethical issues that are questioned, and some of these service providers can't help us with the ethical issues. And we need to look at that. We have to have create ethical AI solutions. So even if a student is using AI to do the assignment, there must be ethical issues. There must be a reference issue. They must code. They must give credit, you know, because you can't take someone's work and think it's your own. I remember I used to have one student that told me that they will take a thesis and translate it into Japanese. They translate it into Chinese. They translate it back to English. They said, no, there will not be any cheating. There will not be any plagiarism. You know, and that's before the AI, and that's how people will always, remember, I always say that the criminals are always one step away from us. They can jam the latest car that was delivered yesterday. That's how. You ask yourself, I mean, you are an engineer or you are so smart, but someone who didn't even study for that thing, but they are ahead of yourself. So this particular student, we're ahead of ourselves, you know, and they can translate a thesis, and you put it to turn it in, it will not exceed the percentage that is required for plagiarism. And now with the AI, it's a tough. So that's why I'm emphasizing on ethical AI solutions. So you need to look at the solutions that are ethical, that will solve your problem. Perhaps we should have a position paper with resolution from this to say that how do we move forward, how do we collaborate as libraries with our service providers. Of course, with our funders, money is an issue because this solution of AI aren't cheap as well. They will cost money, and you need to find money somewhere. I do believe that yes, money should not be much in hindrance because there are a lot of solutions that some of them are open source, some of them they are really, really quite affordable. But the message I'm leaving with is that you must identify your problem. What problem do you have in your library? And what solution do you need? And how AI can help. Do not adopt AI because everyone is going to AI and you don't really understand. You end up with these nice tool solutions that you can't use. So it's very, very, very important that we look at that. But yeah, without wasting time, I believe that this is a grateful session, and I believe that from here, there must be a work behind, you know, the scene where decision makers are involved because you want people that make decisions. You don't want, you know, because it's an issue where we can talk about here, but if we can't make decision about which solution, what problems we need, we will lag behind. And with that, the country that does not innovate lags behind. So let's continue to innovate and look at local solutions. I'm not against importing foreign solution. Already we do import a lot of solutions, but it might be better to look at in-house to see that can we. We have, from university, we graduate a lot of software developer, Scrum Master, system developers. Where are they? I was worried in COVID when we could even come close to something like a vaccine, but we produce a lot of scientists in this country. They graduate, and expert, they graduate, but we cannot. But of course, it's a story for another. Maybe there was some other reason. But we can source our solution. We do a lot of hackathons, and libraries can do hackathons. You know what's hackathon? Hackathon, you get different skills: marketer, public relations, maybe software developer, system developer, business analyst. You put them for 3 days and tell them, come with a solution. They'll come. They'll come with a working prototype. And that's how, some of these mobile services, that's what they do. They put people in a room and for 3 days and say, come with a solution. Come with a solution for this company. That's hackathon. And they can come with a working prototype. So it's something that we can look into that, but the skills is here. Thank you.
Yeah, good students. Nibambile since yesterday. Thank you very much, Doc. I had promised that that would be our last speaker, and then we will go to lunch. I am now changing, but for the good. I am now going to hand over to Ms. Nisha Ramsuma, the CEO of UKS. She won't be long. She just wants to take us through to tomorrow's session. There is a workshop that is taking place. She's just going to take us through that. Thank you very much.
Can I just click here? Good morning, everyone. Afternoon. I now stand between you and lunch, so I'm going to be quick. So I have a brief presentation on AI and then to explain a little bit about our event tomorrow, if you are attending. So just around artificial intelligence, if you've not seen my presentation before, is that, everyone is trying to use it all over the world. But to date, it has not given any private enterprise any profit on the bottom line. It is exactly where everyone thinks that everybody else is doing it and they're doing it better. But we're all in the same boat currently. The one thing that I always stress in my presentation is that AI is about a GPU, not the CPU that you're traditionally used to. And the GPU chip, which is a graphic power unit, is what powers AI. And the issue with that going forward is about the environment, because that little chip generates the same amount of heat as a 300-watt heater, and that's just one chip. So there is going to be a deep impact in terms of the environment going forward in terms of AI. This is just a simple example of AI being used in rural India, where they use this light with AI to do basic the normal blood test that you would do, but without pricking someone and doing the whole blood test. So this little, and if you go research it, you will find it. It's an app with the light that allows them to do these basic tests for people in the rural areas. So that's one of the very good, powerful uses of AI. I'm not sure if any of the other speakers spoke about hallucinations, and if you know what it is. Yes, no. Okay, so hallucination is when ChatGPT makes up things. So the important thing to know about ChatGPT, you get the normal version and you get the pro version. So the normal version that all users use, when you ingest your data, or the data that it has, or even if you ingest your data, it will, let's say if I give it a model of a roastery coffee business and say, this is my model, and I ask it questions. It will use the same information, and I can ask many questions, and it will just give me back the same information in a very intelligent way, so that I think I'm getting something different. ChatGPT Pro is where it then uses, where you have to pay for it, it then uses the larger language model that it has and more information to give you more intelligent answers. So most people don't do that. The normal ChatGPT, it just regurgitates what it has. It has no thinking capability at all. It's the Pro version that gives you proper results. So most people, 80% of people use the normal, I can't remember the stats, but 8 million people get added to ChatGPT every day. So basically, when you're using the free version, they're using you to train their model. So that's just something to remember. So if you want to really use it as a tool, it's worth investing in the Pro. Coming back to hallucination. Hallucination is when you put something into ChatGPT and ask it a question, and remember, it never tells you it doesn't know. So basically, it makes up the answer. And it's for you to know whether it is real or not, including if you are researching for a paper, it can make up the references. So even though you think you're getting a citation or a reference, it's up to you to go and check. Because basically AI hallucinate. It just makes up things. Where it can't find the information, it will make up something. So you can't believe everything information you get. This was just an example to show a few years ago when lawyers in the US used ChatGPT and found these cases, but actually when they went to court, they were found to be fictitious and not real, and ChatGPT just hallucinated these cases for the lawyers, for examples. So not only are we as librarians, but other professionals are also using ChatGPT. So what are AI agents? I don't know if anybody touched on that either. So the basic definition, you get ChatGPT, which is generative AI. Then you get something called AI agents, which have some level of intelligence and follow a workflow. ChatGPT or generative AI, like Perplexity and all the other Copilot, it just gives you an answer from the large language model. The thing to remember, it has no thinking power. You may be tricked into believing it does not. It has no thinking power whatsoever. It just gives you back information in different ways. An AI agent manages the workflow that you put into it with the data it can see. So it has a bit more autonomy in making decisions and in doing the work. So now it's being augmented in the workplace, that there are AI agents for marketing, for finance, for compliance issues, wherever you can ingest data, and there's an AI agent that can follow the process and actually do some level of your job. So I'm not going to go into too much of this. It's just the technical, because of time, the technical explanation. But you're welcome to talk to me outside the room. But basically, even for a generative AI, you do need a person to put the eyeball on it, as they call it. Because remember, no AI has common sense. It can't see somebody's name is spelled wrong, or the gender is incorrect, or simple things. It actually has no common sense. So any kind of process where you use an AI agent, you do need a person in the loop. This is an example with a doctor in Saudi Arabia created an AI agent to help him diagnose his patients. So normally he'd do, I think, up to 10 patients in terms of reviewing the files at the end of the day. But with the AI agent he created, he would do up to 30. He ingested in the AI agent every medical book there was. And then when all the tests went to the AI agent that he sent his patients for, the AI agent then could diagnose what the problem is and give a prescription. At the end of the day, he would just go and check what the AI agent said and check if it was correct. We could mail it off to the patient. If not, he would make the changes. So that's an example of how an AI agent would work. Coming back to the library world, is that we've been here before. We've been through many changes. If you think about the fourth industrial revolution, how we spoke about all of what those changes were, what Google was going to change the world, We went to the Y2K revolution. There's been many changes as an industry that we've been in, and this is just one of the many that we have. So we just need to, for me, I believe the trick is AI literacy, and that as soon as all librarians have a basic understanding, we are well on our way to using it more powerfully as a tool. Can AI take over the physical libraries or assist the librarian? I think definitely assist the librarian. It's not yet to take over your job. There's a phrase that I've heard that I think is very key, that AI, the fear that AI is going to take over your job is incorrect. However, there is the fear that the person that can use AI better than you will take your job. So that is what you need to remember, that it's not AI. It's going to be the person that made the effort to learn, or a young person that comes in with more skill than you with AI, they are going to take your job. So it's up to us to get more skills. So AI literacy is the same as information literacy in our world. And that's what tomorrow's workshop is. If you are attending, we have our CTO, Bongiwe Shongwe, that will be running the workshop. And in the workshop, we are going to teach you some basic AI literacy. The one part is about OpenAI, what it is. It's a hands-on workshop. If you are coming, please bring your laptop. There will be other people in the room that will be able to assist you if you are stuck. So we're going to go through a module about OpenAI, what it's all about. It's hands-on learning. You will be on a LMS called Code Cloud. And then we're going to do prompt engineering, which is to teach you how to prompt the AI and get the maximum. And this is really a skill in terms of prompt engineering. So let me move on to here. So this is the first library agent that I have found that exists in the world. She's an agentic AI that exists in again, Saudi Arabia. And she has a brand. She's seen as part of the workforce in the library. They have had parties to celebrate her. They sold her merchandise within the library. She works 24/7 and does a lot of the administration tasks that the library cannot do. I think there is a QR code there, so if you want to scan it, you can go online and you can talk to Aisha. It will tell you when you ask a question, what is she thinking and what her answer is going to be back. This is not difficult to do. Most librarians, if we just learn a little bit more about AI, it is highly possible. This is another example of what she would look like. And this particular library used it for accessibility 24/7. They used it to give personalized support. So she also has the ability, like ChatGPT, to understand who you are, what you're searching on, what you're working for, how do you question, how do you ask questions. Remember now with AI, we no longer have this issue of language. Language is no longer going to be a problem, whether it's an African language or a European language. With AI, any book, technology, information can be translated into your language. And then she handles some routine tasks. So I'm just going to go past this quickly. So let's just talk about AI in Africa. So there are some issues that we face in terms of inadequate funding, internet connectivity, and really training and the skills gap. But I do think where we have the edge is everyone in Africa has a cell phone. And you know that there was an era, I use this example, where everyone was putting cabling the whole country in the Western world for connectivity. Because we didn't have the money, we did not do that. We immediately moved to wireless and Wi-Fi, and we skipped the whole part about cabling our whole country. So I do think there is a bright spark here, that the ability we have and the use of the phones and the mobile phones is what can really change us. And I think as librarians, we are very much part of the change. From my research, this is an idea of what libraries would look like and librarians by 2035 in terms of the skills and the jobs that will be created. So you're welcome to take a picture of it. I would encourage you, tomorrow we're just doing some basic AI literacy in terms of the learning platform we have for AI. But really, I think it's important for everyone to play with some of the tools and to understand there is a tool called HeyGen where you can load pictures and videos, and then it will create a video for you. You can load a video of yourself. It will create an avatar of you. I could have created an avatar of me doing a presentation. You can look at Mantis. Mantis creates, can copy any website and recreate it, and that's, I guess, a scammer thing. So you can create a website from anywhere and it will recreate it for you and you can post it as your own. There are many more. Perplexity, if you've not heard of that, is a research tool similar to ChatGPT, but really used for research. Then you know about ChatGPT, and I think the gentleman before spoke about everyone's coming out with their own browser. So very soon, no one's going to be using Google. So then there's Canva, where you can create PowerPoints using AI. There's something called bubble.io. It helps you to create a learning portal as librarians. Within half an hour, you can create a learning portal. I have many other examples if you want to ask me. But thank you very much. I hope in the little time I've given you some idea of AI and libraries, and I hope to see you at our workshop tomorrow.
Thank you very much. That was short, brief, to the point. Besimenyiwe ke kweli khaya. We are now going to call Mr. Pasha to do the vote of thanks. And after that, it will be closure. He is going to do the closing remarks. Thank you, Mr. Pasha. Oh, please, next time. Yeah?
Good afternoon, everyone. I know everyone is tired now after a long 2 days of learning. I'm a technologist myself, but I've learned a lot today in the past 2 days. Mine is to give closing remarks, and as per the earlier speaker who said she knows very well she's between you, she's a layer between you and the lunch. I'm taking cognizance of that. I think mine is just to say to all of us that I firstly take this as an honor to deliver these closing remarks for the NLSA AI Indaba and Library Technology Expo 2025. For 2 days, we've been immersed in a powerful conversation about the future of our sector, which is the library sector, moving from the aspiration to concrete and actionable transformation. The digital my fellow board members, as said by our chairperson, we led by our chairperson, that he mentioned here that we are very resolute about the issue of digital transformation, and we have set ourselves a goal to fulfill a transformation mandate within the library for it to become a digital savvy library institution. And that is a gradual steps that we are going to be taking. The Indaba was not just a conference. It was a critical step to fulfilling this mandate. And we've also had closer, let me just scroll because I had to put a speech. The past 2 days I was writing, trying to make sure that I capture every speaker who spoke here. And I just want to, my computer is playing games with me now. It's not about the digital issue, it's a technical issue. Just a second. Okay, I'm going to touch to the various speakers that I was listening to attentively when they were talking, and I'm going to take from each one of them.
Professor Makgatlela, the LIASA president, powerfully reminded us of the fundamental challenge that underpins all our work, the persistent lack of reading materials in rural areas. It's a fact that we have to deal with in various quotas that we belong in. And furthermore, the digital transformation, and to further say, the digital transformation is not a luxury. It is almost a vital path to achieving equity and inclusion. The goal is to digitally inclusive, accessible, and equitable library ecosystem, a vision passionately shared by the Turkey National Library. Our international speakers provided invaluable perspective from the British Library's Dr. Mia Rich. She said, in this case, we received a very necessary caution, noting that AI is often called machine learning when it works, and when it's not working, it's called AI. I'm sure you remember this one. This shows you I was very attentive. This reminds us to be pragmatic on this. And she also confirmed that AI is set to transform the slum sector, which is galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. Closer to home, the discussions highlighted the critical need for an African libraries AI collaborate, as articulated by Damilia Oyedele of Library Aid Africa, especially given that only 2% of AI data is generated from Africa. That was worrying. 2% means we are consuming other countries' info. This collaboration is essential to drive African-centric research and policy, amongst other things, and innovation, including capacity development. Stephen Gilland from the Co-Create, he mentioned about the good and the bad and the ugly of AI. I was listening very attentively there. I'm passionate about issues of security and how our information sits on the web generally. Where you mentioned that it was a critical piece of the puzzle, raising awareness about the 40% increase in AI phishing attacks and the scary stuff of social engineering, uglies like video and voice cloning. We are now informed, and we must move swiftly to introduce an acceptable use of generative AI policy to protect our staff and our patrons. It goes beyond this sector. I think this is one of those things that any one of us who comes from a library, an organization and all that, need to take this home. It's an acceptable use of generative AI policy. We all have policies. This is another policy that we must all, if any one of us, for whatever reason, could not take something today, during this, everything was just a bit too fast for him or her. This one, I think, is one of those things that you need to take and report to anyone at your office and say, if we don't have this thing, please, let's create it. It's a very important part of things that needs to happen. Furthermore, we are encouraged about our continental peers, which is the Kenya National Library Service. The things that they were putting there, they were exciting me as I was busy putting together my notes. The Kenya Library Service, which is shared by Purity Kavuri, she said that it's already the library is already deploying AI-powered reference services for 24/7 support, which is referencing support. And they're using AI decision support systems to maximize their impact on how they deliver the service to the library users. We must also adapt to this immediate and high impact solutions. And that we must adapt, it goes beyond them. They've already moved. We still have to move. And as such, we need to say, how do we position ourselves to somewhat work towards what they have already done. And the collaboration part of things comes very handy because now, through the National Library of South Africa, they facilitated this session. I think Mayor Sondo mentioned something. She said, anyone who needs to talk to reach out to anyone who was presenting here, they can go through her. That is a platform for you to reach out to a person that ordinarily you would not have known about, and you would not have possibly known that you need that kind of the learnings that they've already walked the path on. Furthermore, our partners from Co-Create gave us both inspiration and sober reality checks. Mandres Standa wisely reminded us of the importance of offline AI and its privacy strength. Its privacy strength. I remember he was asked a question there to say, if our AI, offline AI, is not interacting with the outside world, how is it going to be? How is it going to keep up with the trends? And he gave an answer at the time, noting that the 40% of AI platform monitor user location. He mentioned something that whatever you put on AI, it knows where you are. There's this say, like if you hide in a book, it will be very safe because people don't go. There's another say that says, if you are not paying for it, take this say, if you are not paying for it, you are the product. Just know that one. Unless you have something very, very, very to hide, then be offline. But if you are not paying for it, you are the product. But you are also adding to that technology being enhanced by participating in that. As such, the whole thing of the privacy strength and so forth, it just talks to what are you sharing on those networks? What are you ultimately putting up? He mentioned some company, someone trying to simplify financial statements. He uploaded them as they are. If you were to do that, the little you can do, remove the company names. If you are to do that, remove anything that talks to that institution so that it cannot be pointed back to that institution or you. Furthermore, on this one, for us, this highlights the necessary of using secure on-premises systems like the NLSA library registration solution introduced by Ndende Solution, which is a local company. And I was very, very proud when they said the young lady who was here was one of the developers. That made me very proud. We always look at China and elsewhere for these technologies, but we had someone here who is part of that, the engine room of that solution. Stephen Gillians addressed us on the good, the bad, and the ugly of AI, and was critical piece of the puzzle, raising awareness about the 40% increase in AI phishing attacks and the scary stuff of social engineering uglies like or video cloning. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. My PD is playing games with me. The panel also, the Dr. Mashilo Diba of UNISA also expanded on vocabulary, introducing us to the concept of cobot. I heard people saying that cobot thing is a new thing, which is a collaborative robot, a practical model for how automation can assist, not replace human staff. This is where they emphasize it, and one of the speakers now said it, to say, if the AI will not threaten your job, will not threaten your progress. The people who threaten, what threatens your progress is the people who use AI, because they will be ahead of you. The panel discussion further provided concrete examples of innovation and resistance on the ground. That was the current panel that was here. The Western Cape is pioneering speech-to-text and gamified reading incentives to boost literacy, but they, like many of us, face challenges of resistance to change from permanent staff. They said permanent staff. They said the students who normally come on vocational work, they perform, they are more eager to learn. And this should be something that we should ask ourselves to say, are we, those of us who are sort of, on a permanent thing, on a PESAL and all that, are we so relaxed that these views come so amplified? It's something that we should just take note of. And this reminds me of some years back where the teachers did not want to go for computer literacy training. They wanted to be paid for that time. And this is the, computer literacy at the time, those years when this program was announced by some of the government departments. It was about empowering them. It's something that you take away, you take with you. If you decide to leave teaching at the time and go into business, you need that kind of know-how. And it was very unfortunate. I want to equate it to what has been experienced in the Western Cape around these challenges. And this must be addressed. This must be addressed through mandatory upskilling and culture, and a culture of continuous learning. If you are not learning, then you need to be moved aside because you're going to stop other people from progressing. Vunani Waloi shared some experience about Gauteng's success with the Mzansi Online Libraries tablet program funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That showed what is possible when they secure external funding. She also highlighted the persistent threat of government budget cuts disproportionately affecting the library sector. We must better articulate our value to secure our funding. The same thing we know in the library, but I'm sure it's even worse when it gets down. And I think there we have to be very, very creative as the sector to ensure that we are looked at when it comes to those who have funding to give. This is it's not the end, but the beginning. We need to take this as the beginning, this program. Edie, we will support you and your team. And I think we also have to be more creative ourselves. We have a lot of pressure on our shoulders now. You did it the first time, you and your team, with the NLSA team. The pressure now sits on all of us shoulders. I would like to thank you, ED core programs, and the team that you lead, together with by packaging this NLSA Indaba and Library Technology Expo 2025. I further thank all the NLSA staff members, as led by the CEO, Ralph Link. I further thank all the presenters who were here. You took your time out of your offices to be here physically, and the remote presenters from all over the world for their insights and information sharing. I further thank all of you. All of us here, please just clap your hands for yourself, all of you. Your being here should not be taken lightly. You should not take it lightly that you just attended, you learned one or two things. You are here representing our people out there. I normally talk about our people. There are people who need you and I to implement some of the things, or raise some of the things when you go back for them to prosper. They are very reliant on us being here to say when we go back, we do some of these things for them to move forward. As such, you must not take it lightly, your attendance here. I further, and also I would like to thank you for engaging the presenters, because during those engagements, you were triggering things that some of us could not think of. And you just opened our eyes even more, beyond what the presenters would have said. They spoke, they were questions, but you brought in additional questions to the list. And those questions were triggering, were enhancing this session to be more powerful than ever. I further thank the board of NLSA for their commitment and unity, as led by our board chairperson, Mr. Bernardo Maralak, who has to leave earlier because he had to catch a flight back to Cape Town. Having said that, I would like to, it's not a vote of thanks, but I would like to say safe travels to all of you. Ke a leboga, ndulo ngiyabonga. Please bear with me. Nzakenza ngiyabonga. Thank you very much. Dangi.
One last item. One. I promise it's one. We are calling on the vote of thanks from Memusa. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think Mr. Pasha has really done. I think it's just to show how grateful we are as the management of the NLSA, and the support that, and to show you the support that we are getting from our leadership, the board, together with our CEO and the fellow executives that we are working with us, who made this event possible. Because without their leadership and support, we were not going to be able to do this event. And I also want to really, I wish they were here, the steering committee that I was working with, and under the leadership of Marcus Mapile, you've seen Marcus, in putting together this event. It was done in a very short space of time, under a lot of pressure that we had to put people under to actually make sure that they deliver. And it was delivered. And Marcus, thank you. David, from the IT, representing the IT, thank you. Jolene is not present here, but she is represented by my colleague, a fellow Expo member. The team from communications, stakeholder relations, including facilities and IT. Thank you very much, colleagues. I truly appreciate. And I also want to acknowledge Lamis. She's not here. Those who are here, who were assisted to come here, Lamis single-handedly arranged all the travel for 29 people flying from different parts of the country to bring them here. Really, I want to acknowledge her and thank her, and other colleagues who assisted her. We always forget to thank our own people. We take it for granted that it's their job, but for this event, they really went an extra mile. We had to have some meetings, even after hours, to pull this together. I want to also acknowledge our service provider, who has really been a blessing. Mr. Hali, I don't know if he's here. I know he's a service provider. We always take it for granted that it's a service provider, but he's the kind of a service provider that who really understood our needs and who really understood the brief and was willing to accommodate even some of our exceptional requests for him to be able to pull this event together. We thank you, Mr. Hali, even if your team must please convey the message to you. Before I go to the speakers, I want to also thank our stakeholders, the Department of Arts. It's our mother department. We are an entity of arts and culture. And we have our colleagues here from the libraries, and they are here. They've been here, and they've been with us when we conceptualized this event. We were discussing with them. We got their support, and they are supporting us, and they will continue to support us because this is not the end. There's more to come. And to thank our exhibitors, but there is one particular friend of the libraries that we must acknowledge. I think I must make a special acknowledgement. Nisha, please stand up. I know you've spoken, but I want to tell this house, Nisha has done a lot of work for our library. She sponsors UKS, the company that she's leading. They will sponsor Library of the Year award. They do a lot of, she's very passionate about our sector. Even in this event, she didn't say that I'm going to just exhibit. She did much more than that. Those who attended Lias, I know maybe some of you had to pay to attend the workshop, but she said, I will do it for free for NLSA. The workshop that we are having tomorrow, we are not paying a cent. This is the type of a corporate stakeholder that is really passionate about the sector that she is serving. There are many others. But for this particular event, I really want to single her out because there are others, and they are doing other things. There's another conference that is coming up. Other stakeholders who are in the sector will also be helping us as well. But particularly for this event, I really want to highlight. But I do know that other exhibitors and who are presenting here, the private sector that is here, we will be engaging you guys for the future events, and I hope that we will have a fruitful discussion that will really make the next event and take it to another level. So I really hope that we will be able to do that. Now I'm standing between you and lunch. Participants, this is one of, I was shocked. We did not open a call like publicly like many other events, but it was a closed call for people to participate, and we were full within 48 hours, which shows us that people have been waiting and you've been wanting to have an opportunity like this one. And I really want you to thank you, and also for showing up, because sometimes people RSVP and then they don't come. You RSVP'd and you showed up. And I know some of you are commuting into different parts of Gauteng and Northwest. I believe there are people who are also commuting. Thank you, colleagues. I know, Mr. Pasha, thank you, but I also want to thank you again. So it shows that you really care, you want to see change in your communities. We are really grateful for that. And our professional association, I can't say thank you without including Liasa. The president did say during the conference, said Liasa and NLSA, we are like this, we are married. You can't speak of the library sector and not speak of the National Library and Liasa. Whatever we do, we are part of Liasa. Liasa is part of us. And I want to thank them in absentia, the president and the president-elect and the whole Liasa board, and to thank also Lebo. Lebo also, we always sometimes go directly to Lebo if we need something or need advice or something. We really thank Liasa, the support that we are getting from Liasa. They might not be present today, but they have shown and always showing support to what we do here in the NLSA. And I have already thanked my leadership, because without them we wouldn't have done that. My fellow colleagues from support. And I must mention that when we said this program is funded, it's part of the Bill and Melinda Gates MLO grant that we received. So this is the funding that we are using to host this event. And I want to tell you something else, which I think should excite you. You should look forward to. Beyond particularly on 4IR and 5IR skills, leadership skills, for library leaders, because we want to go back to your communities and make a change and make an impact. And also having learned from what has been said here, but we are going to have like an intense block session. based on our estimates, we think it will benefit about 65 library leaders, and we hope that even when we are retired, we'll see the work of those people. And lastly, I hope I did not leave out anyone. The universities, we know we really, really appreciate that when we asked you to come and speak, you answered the call and you really gave us a proper, professional presentations that really inspire us and re-energize us to go back and really work harder. So we are going to Yes, please. Nisha, come. So I'm going to do the calling and Marcus is going to hand over. So Miss Rose and Dr. Patega, Anele, Nombul. our speakers that are not present, we will talk to them and see how they get their gifts. The online speakers, or is Dr. Mlauts, is that Dr. Mlauts? Oh. They hijacked you during the Liasa. We were so impressed with your presentation. We felt that your presentation must also be shared with our colleagues here who are not necessarily at Liasa. So thank you very much, Sibongi Sen. I'm not sure if Co-Creates is still in the house. They are not. Okay, PM Alan is not in the house. Okay. Cecil from Northwest University, Cecil Casa. Is Sharon in the house? Oh, she is. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. And we've mentioned Amokelang. Eddie, Mr. Mabuza. Is he not in the house? Okay. Purity is not here. Ronella I've done. Jeff Nyaga. I think we've covered everybody. Did we miss anyone? You, we missed you. Sorry. Ubani. I can't see that far. Oh, you're trying your luck. Okay, colleagues. I think that was, I hope I did not omit anyone, but really I want to thank, again, to thank the NLSA leadership. Colleagues, we are led, they allow us to thrive and they allow us to do what we need to do. And we appreciate the support. Thank you so much to the board and to our CEO and my fellow executive management. Travel safely, colleagues. Thank you so much. Those who are attending the workshop, we will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose Pasha. I am the director in the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. I am responsible for the development of policies relating to library and information services in the country and also managing the community library services grant. For the past 2 days, in fact, we started yesterday. We are at the National Library of South Africa with the public librarians, all the directors and public librarians in the public library sector. We are in the era of artificial intelligence. So this is the first AI conference that has happened in the history of the country where public libraries are talking about the innovation of their services with regards to the provision of library and information services in the country, more especially in the era of artificial intelligence. We have received some innovative ideas and also the presentations from our service providers that are assisting us to maneuver the area of artificial intelligence in the public library space. So going forward, I think to the National Library, this was the first one and it's not going to be the last one. It was the beginning. Going forward, we want everything to be AI automated in our libraries. To my fellow public librarians, that doesn't mean that we are going to lose our jobs. AI is here to enhance what we are doing. We must just acquaint ourselves, capacitate ourselves, and be ready for us to render efficient services to our communities at large. Also, in the area of the people that are living with disabilities, the print disabled and the visually impaired, we are not leaving them behind in the era of artificial intelligence. So I think to us, the future is bright and we are ready to take on artificial intelligence as the public librarians in the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anele Moko. I'm from the Eastern Cape Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture. I'm one of the program directors of the Indaba. It was a very nice Indaba. We interacted with a lot of stakeholders from public libraries as well as the academic libraries. So we are ready as the country to migrate from old use of technologies to more AI-related services. Thank you. The event was nice and everybody, we enjoyed being here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I am Bonani Baloi, the Acting Director for Libraries in Gauteng. It's been a very eventful and informative 2 days, and we would like to thank the National Library for such a beautiful 2 days workshop we've learned. And I think this is a very good initiative and that it should continue. The 2 days were very informative, and I think this should be a start of something that maybe they do annually. So what did we learn over the 2 days? I think as librarians, one thing we took with us that was comforting is that AI is not here to replace us, but to complement us, and that if we use AI well, then we will be able to deliver our services better. As Gauteng Library Services, we're trying to move towards the smart cities libraries for the future. So AI is a weapon that we will definitely need while we achieve our smart cities, smart libraries. Thank you, Gauteng, Swakala.